Morning, colleagues. We will start shortly. We're just giving more opportunity, give some opportunity for more students to join us across the MS Teams and YouTube. So we will start shortly. Thank you. Hey, a very warm welcome to each one of you, and I'm sure it's cold wherever you are. So a warm welcome, and I hope you have a cup of coffee with you, a cup of tea to keep you warm through the next session that we have. My name is Denzel Chetty, and I'm going to be your program director together with two of my colleagues, Mr. Malachi and Mr. Chauke as well. So it's our privilege to have you with us for the next few hours as we engage on one of the very critical topics with us at the university, and we want to create this opportunity for our Unisa Nsfas students. We often don't have these engagements, so it's an important opportunity for you to voice some of your concerns to the university, tell us some of your challenges, and let's see how we, in the space of the next few hours, can look at some strategic interventions for you. So welcome once again to the Nsfas Student Imbizo program on the 11th of July. We have an exciting program for you, but before I get to actually unpacking the program for you today, let me quickly invite our Vice Principal, Professor Siko, who's the Vice Principal of Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support, to officially welcome you to the Imbizo today and send the warm greetings for us. Prof. Siko, welcome and thank you so much for joining us on this very cold Friday morning. Please, Prof, the stage is yours to do the welcome.
My esteemed colleagues, dedicated staff, and most importantly, our valued Nsfas students. Good morning. But somebody's hand is up. Chair?
It's okay, Prof. Continue.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I must ignore. Okay.
Thanks.
Welcome to this important Imbizo, a platform where we gather to engage in meaningful discourse about the challenges faced by our Nsfas students at Unisa. Today, we are here not just as representatives of various departments, be it a lecturer, DSF, DTSFL, ICT, or any other units, but as a collective community committed to listening, understanding, and finding solutions. The phrase, "nothing about us without us," resonates deeply today. It serves as a reminder that we must prioritize the voices of those who are directly impacted by the challenges we seek to address. You as Nsfas students are at the heart of this conversation. Your experience, struggles, aspirations must shape the dialogue and solutions we seek to propose today. We are now making a call for self-introspection. As we embark on this discussion, I urge each one of us to engage in self-introspection. Imagine for a moment that you are in the shoes of our students, facing the pressures of academic life while navigating financial constraints and service-related challenges. How would you want to be served? How would you expect to be treated? And how would you wish to be respected? These questions are not mere rhetorical inquisitiveness, they demand our urgent attention. As the acting VP of Teaching, Learning and Community Engagement, including student support portfolio, I ask you to reflect on what difference each of us can make today. Consider how impactful that difference could be. Ask yourself, if I don't act, what will happen to the system? The reality is that well-being of our students is intertwined with the integrity of our institution. If we fail to listen and respond, we risk the collapse of the educational system that we all cherish. Today, as Imbizo is a call to arm a collective to stand to address the issues that are causing distress among our Nsfas students. We must commit not only listening to their consent, but also to taking actionable steps to improve their experiences. It is our duty to ensure that every student feels valued, respected, and supported in their academic journey. Let us approach this Imbizo with open hearts and minds, ready to engage in candid discussions that will lead to constructive solutions. Together, we can create a more equitable and supportive environment for all our students. Thank you for being here today. I see you are really coming in numbers. You are almost 500 in numbers now, and we are continuously joining. Thank you for being here, and let's make this Imbizo a transformative experience for everyone involved, but most importantly, change Nsfas students' lives and learning experiences to be a positive one. A year later, when we reflect, we should be proud of our efforts, failure which we should accept being part of the problem, but now it is part of the past. Because as from today, every action that we are going to plan to take must result in positive outcomes. I wish you a successful Imbizo. Prof. Magano, as the convener of this event, I would like to discuss with you further the proceedings, particularly the resolutions and how they will be implemented. And I want the students to really believe that we are committed to making sure that they succeed. We understand the challenges of our country. We understand the reason why the Department of Higher Education or government itself came in to say we are going to fund students who cannot fund themselves. We understand that commitment. We understand the issues of unemployment that are affecting our country, issues of poverty that are affecting all of us. We are really committed to making sure that all of us come together to address these issues. We are here in this country, we have benefited, I for one have benefited from government funding to be where I am, because our government has always been committed to ensuring that students are educated. And the education is for improving the economy of our country, improving the lives of our country, our families. So today is our commitment to make sure that we address the issues of Nsfas students. And we are aware that if you don't succeed, you lose your funding because you become defunded. And once that happens, then it means it is the end of everything. And that's not what we want to see happening as Unisa. We want you to succeed. We want you not to drop out. We want you to know that we are here for you, to be able to come to us and talk to us. And also, if you are having problems with your modules, I'm sure today you are going to be addressed with regard to those. You know that who to talk to and where to find us as a university. We are really committed to making a difference in your lives. And today I want to say all the best, colleagues, and a blessed Imbizo ahead. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to address my students, and I can see the numbers are increasing. Thank you very much, Prof. Magano and the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Siko, our Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support. Colleagues, students, let's put a round of virtual applause for Professor Siko. Thank you so much for setting the context, but also, Prof. Siko, you reiterated the commitment of the university to our students. And I think that's what our students want to hear this morning is what is the commitment from Unisa towards them. So thank you so much for that, Prof, and also for doing that warm welcome to us. So I see the chats the numbers are picking up. We've just reached over our 500 threshold on MS Teams. Remember, we are also joining with many students on YouTube. So welcome to all our students that are joining us on the YouTube stream. Now, the chats are very busy, and now we want to encourage you this morning. Use the chats, post your questions, post your comments, and I see there's many comments on the living expenses and the very low living expenses that are given to Unisa students. We acknowledge that, we see that. The more you post, and this is very important for us, the more you post in the chat, the more evidence it allows us to extract from the chat and and use this as part of our engagements with the university, as well with Nsfas and the rest of it. So give us the information that we need to move this forward on the chats. And I see the chats are getting busy, so don't stop. We have many colleagues that are working on the chats and also on the YouTube chat as well. For those that are joining us on YouTube, we also want your comments on the YouTube chat. We have colleagues that are monitoring the YouTube chat, and we will pull out the comments from there. So post your comments, post your questions, post your challenges. This is your space as an engagement this morning, and we want you to voice out those concerns. That's the idea of the Imbizo, is to give you that space. With that said, let me quickly move on to our next speaker for today is Professor Makano, who is the Executive Director for the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. Professor Makano, thank you very much for joining us. I know you are currently traveling, but let me give you an opportunity to set the context for us, Professor Makano.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. I really appreciate the moment of being with our students at a conference where we are talking students of success at Indaba Hotel. But nevertheless, while we are learning here at the site, we also make sure that no student is left behind. Nothing about them without them. Thank you, Prof. Sikwe, for setting the scene and making sure that we are committing ourselves as the University of South Africa to support our very own students. I really want to welcome the deaneries. I see all the colleges are represented here. Also the top management, the registrar's portfolio is here, the regions are here, the academics are here, the student support departments are here. We really want to welcome our students. Next slide. Can we move the next slide, Dr. Chetty?
It's on the next slide, Prof. Context of Unisa student.
Oh, I don't see it on my. Okay, yes. Now, this slide, my dearest students, I put it deliberately so to identify with yourself, with myself, and many other colleagues that are online working at Unisa. We come from these contexts. Some come from townships like myself. Others come from deep rural areas where connectivity is a challenge. Some come from the affluent areas. Others come from informal settlements. But all of us who come from these same contexts, we made it, not because we are different, but because we were supported. Hence this move of saying, let us have Imbizo, so that the very same students who are like us, who come from the very same background, must also be like us and even be better than us. So that is the reason why. So we identify with you, and because we know we were also getting bursaries when we were students, and that is why today we are called professors, we are called doctors, because we were supported. Hence this call of saying, let us have an Imbizo with our students of Unisa. And the very same challenges that you encounter, some of us, well, we studied some years ago, we were waiting on the post to arrive for assignments, but now it's connectivity. Now, what are the challenges of having connectivity in this era? And then what can we do together? And let us think deeply on how can we engage. I'm still repeating, nothing about us without us. So, and no student left behind. Next slide.
It's on the next slide, Prof. It's taking a bit slow. I think the network is an issue.
Hey, it is taking time. Now, as we look at the context of Unisa, province by province or region by region, these are the numbers from 2023, 2024, 2025. How many students are funded by Nsfas at Unisa? And thanks to Finance Department and thanks to the SRAS department led by Dr. Mulapo. We look at the numbers, they are increasing. In 2023, we had 154,701 students funded by Unisa, by Nsfas at Unisa. In 2024, we had 186,365 funded by Nsfas. This year, it's 186,639. Ntate Mabena is here from Finance, will also verify the current numbers because they change. But what does it say? The 186,639. Are they all getting the funding at the right time? Are they all getting the money as when they require it? And also, are they able to utilize it for their needs? What else can the university request Nsfas to assist? Because we are regarded as a distance learning education, we are not treated like the contact universities. What else can we do? I hope we will be able today to get a solution, to get the voices of the students, and also to get the voice from the head office of Nsfas to say, what can we do? This number is almost more than half the population of Unisa students. Now, when this number is not well taken care of, what does it say to the pass rate of Unisa student? What does it say to the throughput, the graduation rate, when this number is not well catered for? So it means that Unisa one day will be saying we don't have students, because this is more than half the population. So it is up to us as the management to make sure that we are able to engage and also engage with authorities to say, we as Unisa are mandated to exercise social justice. We are here to take care of the needy. The greater part of the population of South Africa comes to Unisa as we are the mother university. Now, what does it say if we cannot make the students to have access and succeed? Next slide. Therefore, as the leadership of the university, we are making sure that we listen, we engage with the students to hear. And then when we hear, we want to also go to the authorities and say, assist. This is the population of South Africa. Why Imbizo for all Nsfas students? We want to ensure that there is access for success. You cannot just enter a university and not succeed. You must enter and succeed ultimately. Which services are there? Are our Nsfas students aware of all the services that the Unisa students can offer? And support. Which support departments are there to support our Nsfas student? Colleges, yes, the modules are there. That one is an obvious thing. Regions, where is your region? If you stay in a particular township or in a particular village, where can you go to get help instead of getting into a taxi or a bus or a train to come to Pretoria? Where can you go to get help? So all these services, they must be there to cater for the needs of the students. And we are committing ourselves to say, we are here as the leadership to say, students, we are here, make use of the services that the university is offering. Engagement with Unisa, students that are funded by Nsfas. This is necessary. I cannot work with you if I don't talk to you or you don't talk to me. It's a two-way. There must be a dialogue between the academics, support departments, and the students. So the dialogue will enable a way forward. Next slide. And without any dialogue, there won't be any progress. I won't even know. At my age, I don't understand what the needs of a 14, 19-year-old student are. But if I talk to that 19-year-old, I will hear and say, yes, indeed, I didn't have it that way. I was just setting the context. There will be speakers and there will be questions that students pose and there will be responses. And the way we structured it, it is from the registration, right at the gate assessment. The colleges will be talking, and at the end, we are going to have Nsfas and our finance department engaging with us. In that way, we will be able to gather what information is there for service delivery for the students and support departments, the colleges that are supporting us with our academic affairs. And then from there, we will have the money talk right at the end. All of us are welcomed, and students feel free to ask questions. You are all welcomed. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Makano, for setting the context for us and also reaffirming the commitment from the university to our Nsfas students, but also for acknowledging the diverse backgrounds that our students come from, as well as the many challenges that they may have. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, students, you've heard it. As we engage in this Imbizo, we want to hear what your position is. Now, we move on to the next session, and as Professor Makano had rightfully positioned, we've divided this session today into the program today, the Imbizo, into different sessions. The first session we will focus on is the academic side, and we want to look at what support is being provided by the academic colleges. What is the support mechanism for Nsfas students? What is the importance of class attendance, the assignment submissions, the late Nsfas students registration, but how does it affect the academic space? What is the support that academics are giving, or academic colleges are giving our students to ensure that they push through with the semester as well as with the year itself? Now, before we move on to that, onto the actual program itself, to some welcome messages. So I want to welcome all our academics that are joining us. I see many academics that are joining us, many support departments, many executive deans and deputy executive deans. I also want to acknowledge our registrar, Professor Sapoto, and our president of the SRC as well, who has joined us. So now, as we move on to the next session, I'm going to invite, please put your hands together as a round of applause for our colleagues that are joining us today. In the next session, now, we also want to engage with you. So what I want you to do is, in the chat, right, I want you to post questions only regarding the academic matters, right? So as we move through the program, we will discuss finance matters, we will discuss the rest of the matters, but for this next slot, all your questions pertaining to the academic matters you post on the chat, because we will field some of the questions from the chat and we will pose it to some of the colleagues. So questions relating to academic matters, right? When we're talking about class attendance, assignment submission, anything relating to the academic aspects. Remember, let's limit this particular session to the academic matters. We will have time throughout the session, right? So academic matters, both that are joining us on MS Teams and YouTube, academic matters is what we will deal with now. So let me invite our first speaker, and I'm hoping all our colleagues are here today. We will start with the College of Accounting Sciences. Mr. Msiza, are you with us this morning? Richard, can you help me? Is Mr. Msiza with us, or do we have a representative from the College of Accounting Sciences with us? Richard? Okay, do we have a representative?
Can pass accounting and call the college that is ready.
Okay, do we have College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences with us, Professor Lebelo?
Thank you, Program Director. I'm
Thank
here,
you, Prof.
And I'm ready to go.
Thanks, Prof. Please go ahead. The stage is yours, Prof.
Program Director, please assist me if you can see my slide.
Oh, we can see your slides, Prof. You can just put it in presentation mode and then you'll be good to go.
Just a sec, please. Is it good?
Perfect, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, good morning. And also I'd like to extend my greetings to dear students. My name is Sogolo Levelo. I'll be taking you through to the activities and the support that we are giving to students, but in this Imbizo specifically to our Nsfas students. Let me share with you the outline of the presentation. I will share with you the college practices, especially around student support. And I'll also try to give you some figures as to how many Nsfas students are registered with our college, the challenges that we are experiencing at CAIS, and the student practicals, the online examination preparation. And I will acknowledge two of my colleagues who assisted me with this presentation. And thereafter, I'll give you the concluding remarks. Let me start by indicating that as a CAIS, we are trying by all means to support our students in their learning path. And we have the online lectures that are prepared and planned quite thoroughly in trying to promote the voice of the pedagogue online. And the academics in our college plan for this online classes at the beginning of each semester. And program director, the plans and the monthly reports from the 4 departments that are in the college, they do serve at the following committees. They serve at the School Teaching Learning Committee, the College Teaching Learning Committee, the College Board, the School Quality Assurance and Enhancement Committee, and the College Quality Assurance and Enhancement Committee. And the Program Director, at these committees, those reports are scrutinized and noted. But let me just give you a feel of how these reports are compiled. The report will indicate the module code, the primary lecturer, the date on which this activity will be taken, the time, the lesson title, and also the type of platform that will be used. And something quite interesting, Program Director, is the fact that we capture the number of students that are in that particular module, and also the students that attended on that particular day and time. And let me just quickly share with the colleagues and the fellow students that when you look at the first module in the percentage attendance is at 36.76. But that is relatively good compared to other modules. But let's look at the last module, the last row in this slide, whereby you have around 43% attendance. But luckily, after our academics have presented this, the recordings stay on the module site so that our students can be able to download those lessons and go through the materials once and for all, once again. And the chairperson and the program director, I would like to indicate that in the event some of the colleagues would like to mimic this best practice, please feel free to consult with our deanery, and they will be able to help you in that regard. But attending online presence, there are some requirements that are needed. Students have to engage with the study materials well before the actual teaching will be taking place. And there is an academic reason for that, so that once the lectures are on, then students can easily grasp what has been taught on that particular day. And also, the academic schedule are placed on my Unisa, whereby students can be able to prepare themselves for those lectures. And students are encouraged to participate in these online classes. But we do understand that some of the students cannot make it for these classes due to various reasons. That's why I indicated that they are recorded and they are left on the module site so that students can be able to access them at their leisure time. And it's important that the student might ensure that they submit all assignments quite timelessly, so that they can be able to get the feedback before they sit for their summative assessment. And students also are encouraged to contact lecturers if they need extra help on those particular modules. And later on, our program director, I'm going to talk about the value of the practicals, whereby students can also in person engage with their academics. As of the 9th of May 2025, 5,009 students from our college were funded by Nsfas. And we do have quite a number of students who repeated a module or a couple of modules more than twice. And the number in there is 875. And as a college, we are really concerned about this. And we also noted that there are inactive students. And those inactive students, we are referring to students who are not active in the LMS in the last 10 days. And the number as indicated in there is 763. And we are concerned as the college. And the students that registered late, that will be before the cutoff date, will be around 628. And students that did not claim their MyLife account will be around 28, which is not such a big number, but as a college, we are concerned because what we want to see, and I'm going to echo the sentiments expressed by Professor Magano in her introductory remarks, to say we would like to see all the students succeeding in their qualifications. The delayed registration of students is not helping at all. And in this Imbizo, maybe we'll try and get a way in which Nsfas office will try to assist in trying to fast track the registration of the students, because this has got an impact on the assignment submission. And also, because as a college, we are trying to make sure that we can extend the deadline for the student for the assignments so that we can accommodate the Nsfas students. However, with all these extensions, students don't have ample time to engage with the assignment feedback. And from an education point of view, program director, it is didactically important and pedagogically important that students should get formative feedback before they sit for their summative assessments. Hence, with this delayed registration, students in turn have little time to engage with the study materials. Now, as a college, we came up with some extra support to our priority students. And program director, in my presentation, I'm going to use the term priority students. And this came after my robust and honest discussion and engagement with Dr. Mashapat to say, let us use the priority students to accommodate for both the Nsfas students and the at-risk students. And CAIS, as a college, provides assistance to this priority students by trying to make sure that there are e-tutors who are supporting the students. And over and beyond that, our academics have got one-on-one meetings with some of the students. And feedback sessions are provided on assignment submission. And also, there will always be a provision to attend to some concepts that are very difficult for students to comprehend. And we do have 2 online classes that are provided for priority students. And the scheduling of specific online lessons will also be provided, especially when they prepare themselves for the examination. Program Director, as a member of the Senate Language Committee, I'm aware of the fact that we have to do something about the study material for the priority modules. And as a college, we are undertaking a big project in trying to translate the study materials in 4 African languages. And we are quite happy to indicate that the head of QA&E is also monitoring some of the activities that are carried out in the college. She's responsible for monitoring the modules on transformation list, the priority modules, modules with a low pass rate, and also modules with a high absenteeism during the online examination. Colleagues, dear students, Highest as a college, offering science, agricultural courses. In most of the modules in there, they've got a practical component. And I've already said on the chat, how do we go about assisting students, the Nsfas students, when coming to the traveling, accommodation, and other expenses that are hidden as they want to attend the practicals. But as a college, we have got into partnership with various farm facilities throughout the country. I can mention in the Limpopo province, in the Western Cape province, also in the KwaZulu-Natal province, in trying to make sure that the students don't have to travel far to do their practicals. But again, I'm not oblivious of the fact that some of the practicals are conducted at the Florida Science Campus. These practical modules, some of them are year modules. But we always try to make sure that in terms of planning and preparation, this will happen well before the beginning of the academic year, so that students can do proper planning. We are aware of the fact that some of the students are working, so there should be some way in which they can get some permission from their employers. And in trying to adhere to the university rules, we implement the prerequisites. Like for instance, the first year practicals, they have to be completed before students that can continue to their next level. Unfortunately, this is something that is quite critical.
Thanks. Professor, can you round up, please? We've got 2 minutes of time. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Thank you very much. Now, over and beyond that, program director, we also try to prepare our students for examination. We understand the frustration, the stresses that go with exams. So we do have a way in which we put our exam guidelines and also engage with students who need help so that they can have a better understanding into their examinations. And we're working closely with Professor MD Mahanu's office in trying to make sure that students get this assistance. And over and beyond that, we do have a desk, CAIAS inquiry, whereby students can contact this desk for assistance and help. Program Director, I would like to acknowledge Professor Christian, our head of tuition, and also Dr. Malungane, for our head of QA&E, for assisting me in compiling this presentation. With that being said, I would like to thank you all for listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rebello, who is the school director in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, for setting the context and the brilliant work that you are actually doing with the students, Nsfas students as well, and also the support. So thank you very much for that, Professor Rebello as well. We will move now to the next college, and it's my pleasure. I just want to check if the College of Education is with us. I just want to caution all our presenters, please keep to the 5-minute time allocation that is given to you. We know that our students have a challenge with data, and as you can see, it's on the chat. Data costs are high, so we want to make this fruitful, but we also want to ensure that our students can attend the full session. So let's keep to the 5-minute time span as well. Can I quickly check College of Education? Do we have College of Education, Russ? Professor Morello or Mr. Steve Shamangu? I did see Mr. Steve Shamangu with us.
Yes, we are here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. Good morning to Professor Mahanu, the Executive Director, DTSFL, our senior college management present in this session, and a warm greetings to our students. From the College of Education, we have noted the following. These are the numbers that are funded by Nsfas, which gives us a total of 81,495. You look as they are divided according to the programs that are offered, which really gives us a very high number of students also coming from this college. The college endeavors to engage in the following steps: to identify students who are funded by Nsfas, to be able to support and monitor them, and also to ensure that we provide and record additional student support tutorials, academic support, as well as which will mainly cover plagiarism, academic writing, and also your academic integrity requirements, and also to ensure that students are encouraged to submit their assignments as to qualify for admission for exams, and also to be able to complete successfully at the end of the year. And also communicate with Nsfas students on conditions which students to assist them in both the modules and their progression through the qualification. And also to remind students of assignments and some areas at risk as well as due dates. There's an overview program from the College of Education which looks into briefing students on the conditions from Nsfas to ensure that funding is not withdrawn, and also to ensure that students are properly guided on curriculum outline as not to jeopardize or limit their chances of being funded the following year, to take the correct modules to ensure that the academic progression is there. And also under will, unpacking of teaching practice, the criteria and the placement. The college is working around the clock, and we would also like to thank DTSFL with the role they are playing to ensure that when it comes to will, it's not only a challenge faced by the students, but through DTSFL, all the regional centers are now involved to ensure that students are assisted to get places where they can conduct their practicals. There's a quarterly orientation programs where students are given training on learning management system functionalities so that students have got easy access to various portals online. And also a major focus on teaching practice portfolios where students are given guidance on compiling effective teaching practice portfolios, We're looking also at academic literacy, which are also provided by our regional centers to support in academic reading, writing, and reasoning, academic integrity, as well as resources available to students. Online learning support. The college is providing MS Teams sessions to ensure consistent engagement. They provide regular learning opportunities to students, and there are also recorded resources for flexible access to recorded TP-Tube lessons. And this will enable students to learn at their own pace because they can access those recordings at any time, as well as a personalized academic assistance through e-tutoring support. And this one addresses individual learning needs. And also the e-labs initiatives in terms of OAU as one of the active units within SEDU to provide one-on-one support through these e-labs centers facilitation, and which really facilitate some form of mentorship. Now, looking into the teaching practice, in terms of the module assessment, students with fewer than 2 outstanding teaching practice module will receive a focused support. Teaching practice office will also provide a comprehensive catch-up plan to ensure that these students are assisted. And regional face-to-face support. Regional regional-based tutoring will be conducted to provide personalized support. This is to ensure that students receive guidance suited to their needs, as well as skills workshop, where academic writing and academic integrity workshops will be conducted to help students to build essential skills. These workshops will enhance student competencies. We have also developed as a college a monitoring and progress tracking, where there's a satisfaction survey, where the college works closely with the NSRC, regional SRC, as well as the SEDUSA, to gather feedback to ensure that quality assurance is guaranteed. And also making use of the analytics, where on monthly analytics identify at-risk students through Power BI, monitors lesson attendance and assignments so that the college can be aware of areas where we need to follow up with students, as well as progress report, monthly report track advancement, and then to inform SEDU leadership decisions, as well as support personnel, dedicated staff, address student queries, provide timely assistance. There's also a psychosocial support for student well-being, where we look into holistic success, we look into coping strategies, as well as stress management and also emotional support. That will be the end of the presentation from the College of Education Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shabangu, for that, and also sharing with us the important work the College of Education is doing. And we see that you are actually supporting the students to some extent and providing those opportunities to our students to engage. And I think this goes back to our earlier points of we really get to provide to ensure that our students succeed at the end of the day. That's our ultimate goal. That's the College of Education students. And let me check if we've got the College of Economic and Management Sciences with us. Professor Ladimo or Mr. Siddiqui with us. College of Economic and Management Sciences. Do we have a representative? Thanks so much, Siddiqui. Let me hand over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. I just want to share my presentation. Do confirm if it's visible.
All good, thanks.
Great. All protocols observed. To all the management, and also good morning to our students. Just to confirm, I have exactly 5 minutes.
Exactly 5 minutes. Thanks.
All right, great. I won't go into too many things that have already been said. The numbers have been outlined, you know, how big our student cohort are for Nsfas and why it's important that we give also some special focus on them, because if we lose them, we would lose the numbers in the university. So my name is Martin Sadiki from the College of Economic and Management Sciences. Professor Lidimo, who's the tuition head, she's here, and I'm also here with Mr. Tembo. So I just want to highlight a few things for our students for Nsfas. Before I also go into some of the support that we provide, that it's very important that for every module that they register for in the college, they make priority of some of these important information that you should make sure that you access the module site for each module that you are registered for in the college, so that you can have access to the tutorial letters and the official study material to understand what is expected of you. You know, check your prescribed books and the contact details as well of your lecturers within the specific modules that you are registered for. And this is very important why you need to take note of these tutorial letter 101, because in there you'll find the assessments that are required for you to submit, and more importantly, you will also find the admission requirements that are expected of you to meet in order for you to qualify to sit for your examination. So all that information becomes important for you to take note of in the module site and in your tutorial letter 101. So, and also making sure that you take note of your lecturer's contact information for your specific module. More often, you have students that don't know who their lecturers are, who to call and who to contact. So that's very important that you take note of that important information and look out for any important information for your specific module. So some of the basics to take note as well when you are registered at the university is that you must familiarize yourself with our learning management system, and because otherwise you will not be able to study if you don't familiarize yourself with our learning management system, which is my module. And you must also claim you know, those login details, and also make sure that you familiarize yourself with the university policies. And from our college side, we make sure that we provide the student orientation sessions, and we also record them. For some of us Nsfas students that register late, then you are able to have access to those orientation. This orientation is to welcome you to the college and also provide you with the information as you study at the College of Economic and Management Sciences. And it's also important that we cover things like academic integrity courses. That is important, and we also cover you know, the service provider, which is our biggest problem as well, that you must avoid those you know, service provider that wants to sell or write on your behalf. So some of the college interventions that we have, as I've mentioned, we have student orientations and also the exam preparation every semester that we provide to our students. So this is to equip you to study in the college. And also there are weekly classes that are provided, and they are also recorded, these weekly classes. And the feedbacks that are also provided in your assessments and then also in your self-assessment. And most of this information are recorded, and they then become available later if you are unable to you know, attend. And part of our challenges obviously is the registration that it's activated late for our Nsfas students, which is the bigger problem that confronts the college. So we are able to then accommodate the students in most cases that register late, the Nsfas students, so that they are able to submit their formative assessments. And some modules that are portfolios and continuous assessment, they do have the elective assessments that if you miss your first assessment, then you are able to catch up and submit so that you don't miss on your exam admission, because most of our undergraduate modules require you to have submit assessment 1 so that or one of the assessments so that you gain exam admission. And obviously those who are unable to sit also for the exam for whatever reason, then there's supplementary that is available. So, and we do provide full support during the examination through our CAMS exam support for our students. And there's also responsibility on your side that you must take as students, that you attend classes, access the recording, read through all your material on a regular basis, ensure that you attend the information that are provided through, academic development open visual hub, which is they provide a lot of information and a lot of preparation, even for exam, for how to navigate our systems as well. So that's very important that you take note of that. And also, attending the academic integrity course also becomes important, and also staying away from the service provider, as I've already mentioned, also becomes very important. And submitting your assessment as required, and ensuring that you update your cell phone, mobile all the time, so that you are not caught up with multi-factor authentication issues during the examination. So that becomes very important. So some of the issues that are challenges that are beyond our control as the university and as the colleges, the activation of your registration late. However, as I've mentioned, we are able to accommodate your late registration by ensuring that the assessments then become open for you to be able to catch up, and also the recording. Then it becomes important that you do attend to recordings, and also adhering to the due dates that would have been given to you through an extension. So non-attendance of classes is one of our biggest problem, and also student orientation, online classes, and examination preparation. Even though we do record them, we've noted that there is a very low turnout rate from our students even accessing this recording. So we urge our students that please do take this very seriously, that you attend the classes. At times, we've seen in some module where there's 1,000 students, then you only have 20 that show up. So the responsibility it's upon you to attend classes, to attend all the support that we provide, and also access the recording. Non-submission of formative assessment or even summative assessment, the university has no control on this. So it is important that we urge you to make sure that you submit your formative assessment and your summative assessment. Thank you, Dr. Chetty and our students.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin Sadiki, for that, and also capturing the support that is provided by CAMS for our students. I see many questions coming on the chat as well. We'll summarize the questions immediately after these sessions. Some interesting questions. There's a lot to deal with admin and finances. We'll leave that for the admin and financial section, but I will summarize some of the questions. So keep your questions coming in, and as we pick up on the conversations. So at this time, we will look at the College of Human Sciences, and I see Professor Jacobs Loreto with us, who is the College of Human Sciences Tuition Manager, the head of tuition management. Professor Jacobs, let me hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to say all protocols observed, and especially for our students, welcome, and it is very, very wonderful to meet you online, even though I can't see everybody's faces. My name is Lorette Jacobs. As Dr. Chetty said, I am the tuition manager for the College of Human Sciences. So let me quickly give you some information about the college, because we are a very exciting college. We work with humans. Human sciences, humanities, and social sciences are our focus. We are passionate about African languages, about English, philosophy, development studies, psychology, social work, communication science, information science, health studies, psychology, political science, and many more. So if you love people and you are in the business of making a difference in people's lives, we are the college for you. Our vision is to become the African College of Excellence in Social and Human Sciences so that we can make a positive contribution to the service of humanities. We strive for excellence and we strive to make the lives of people better. That is our focus. Just a quick show of who we are. This is our management of the college, Prof. Nkosi. Prof. Mashao is the Deputy Dean, and then we've got 3 schools at the moment: School of Arts, School of Humanities, and School of Social Sciences. Now, what does it mean to study at Unisa? First of all, you must remember Unisa is a Codal university, which means that we are a comprehensive, open, distance e-learning university. So our offerings are online. It's not face-to-face like other institutions. What is really important for our students is to have ICTs or gadgets such as computers and laptops so that they can be online, because we offer all our courses online. You must ensure that you have a username and password and you can access My Unisa and communicate with us. And for that reason, it is extremely important that the first thing you do is to go and activate your My Life account. So when you study at Unisa, what you need to remember is that you are taking the biggest journey of your life. It is one of discovery, of exploration, and a journey of learning. And you are responsible for planning your studies and managing your time effectively. You have to be a hard worker, enthusiastic, motivated, and have a passion for the modules that you are engaged in. You have to be disciplined and submit your assignments on time, which is very important. Be organized and also apply time management. So if you've got 5 modules, for example, ensure that you spend enough time on each of the 5 modules during a week so that you can catch up and learn about the content of each of the modules. Also be inquisitive and curious, which means that we encourage you to go and look for other sources, explore sources in the library, make sure that you are continuously in the library or linked to the library if you can be, so that you can find more information from there. To organize your studies, regularly visit your My Unisa and your My Modules site to see any information that we want to share with you. Please note that our tutorial letter 101s gives an overview of the different modules, but all the other information is online. So your assignments, when you need to submit them, when you are going to have sessions with your lecturer, when you're going to have sessions with your e-tutors, everything is given to you on your My Modules site. Always ask for help from your lecturer or your tutor if there's a tutor available. Please do not suffer in silence. If you have to, you can contact us. I will give you the help desk number now and email address, but make sure that you get the support that you need from us so that you can make a success of your studies. Also note that we use different types of assignments. Some assignments are quizzes, some assignments are forums, and some assignments are written. So make sure that you know and understand what is required from an assignment in order to complete it. Also ensure that you have enough pre-study time so that you can complete your assignments on time. Please don't wait for the evening before an assignment or on the day of the assignment and then start with the assignment. You are not going to do well. We want you to succeed. We are there to help you to succeed. But from your side, you also need to put in the time so that you will succeed. In terms of funding, and that will come later, but just to give you an indication, there is the email address that you can contact to get detail on your funding issues for our Nsfas students. Also, we have a counseling service if you've got struggles personally or you need to look at the person or at your career and where you're going with that. You can visit our website for the counseling, or you can also visit the website for the student funding division, and there is the website information as well. I will share this so that you can get it from the PowerPoint presentation. We are also encouraging you to go and access the My Student Skills Hub. Guys, there's a wonderful array of modules there, and they are called in modules, but they are actually MOOCs. So they are massive open online e-learning sessions that you can attend to. The academic integrity one is a must. That is a mandatory one that you must do. But there's also things like basic skills in Microsoft Online Word, on mock examinations, on cybersecurity to make sure that your information is safe, on my modules and what it means to study through Unisa, and also on digital literacy, which is something that we are very excited about. This is a new module, a MOOC that we are running out, so or rolling out. So we are really looking forward to that. And then I want to, because we are human scientists, ask you to create your own study affirmation. And this is very important so that you always remind yourself why you are here and what you want to achieve. So for yourself, always say, I am capable, I am focused, I am ready to succeed. Each day I study brings me closer to my goals. I believe in my ability to grow and improve. No challenge is stronger than my will to learn. You are there, and you are the person that is going to make a difference in the lives of yourself and your community. You are not just studying for a degree, you are building a future for your family, and they are praying for you and sacrificing a lot to have you study at a university. Every page you turn and every hour you invest will bring you closer to your dream. Your background is your power, not your barrier. Keep going. Doesn't matter where you come from. Keep going. And study like you are the hope of your community, because you are. And from that, there is our contact details for the CHS Help Desk. You are more than welcome to email or phone us. And I hope that this was a good motivational speech and that you are now ready and willing and encouraged to move forward. Our Nsfas students are very, very, very valuable to us. We want you to succeed. We want you to continue, and we want to see you walk on that stage one day and be the best person that you possibly can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jacobs from the College of Human Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, students, please put your hands together, a virtual round of applause for Professor Jacobs, but also for those inspiring words that you've given us in terms of students need to push forward and be motivated as part of this. We now move on to the next college, and it's my pleasure to invite the College of Law with us. Can I quickly check College of Law if you're with us? We are represented from the College of Law. Thank you. College of Law? No one. You don't have a representative? Okay. Do we have CSET? Professor Rakul, are you with us? CSET, College of Science, Engineering and Technology?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
certainly.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
College of Law.
Oh, College of Law is here.
here.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So before we get to CSET, Professor Rakul,
Yes.
let me do College of Law first. Please go ahead. The stage is yours. Thank you.
No, thank you. In terms of the College of Law, there are quite a number of approaches that we use in order to make sure that we support our Nsfas students. And one of the challenges that we recognize is that many of the challenges are faced in the first year student. And yeah, because this is a transitional year, are transitioning from high school to university. And there are quite a number of challenges that they face, and it also creates anxiety, having funding delays, not uncertainties of what's going to happen. And also we realize that a lot of the time, some of the students are not able to make it to the exam, and there could be a myriad of factors that contributes to this. It could be also not being able to navigate having had that exposure before, depending on where you come from. So that is why we recognize the need for a first year student program, where immediately at the beginning of the semester, we try to have student orientations which are significant to ensure that we are able to assist with the development and harnessing the computer literacy of students, and ensuring that they are equipped with relevant student skills for a CODEL environment. It is equally important also we recognize that some of the students experience challenges because for one reason or the other, you might even find that some of the students do not even know how to submit an assessment. So having these orientation classes are significant so that you are able to show them a holistic approach and experience in terms of transitioning into university life through academic and personal development, because also it's important that people's wellness is kept. For example, when one looks at what happened, there was already funding delays where for many students, their registration were finalized around March. And in a semester, we offered 12 classes. So with the 12 classes, what this also meant was that half of those classes, 6 of them were missed. The best assignment, which is important for admission into the exam. So what therefore we do is to also try to ensure that we make provision for mentoring and championship, whereby we are saying we use our e-tutors to provide personalized and individualized support to Nsfas students, and also what we can also agree all that we should rather use the term priority risk. So this is significant coaching for motivation to empower them. And also we increase the number of classes that we are offering to students, so that those that have already been missed, we can find the way to make up for them. Another measure that we have also introduced is the issue of saying, let's have revision classes for all the modules, whereby lecturers and students will have an opportunity to curricula and to go through everything they have been learning so far, and they can have a view of saying we are preparing for the exams. We are also piloting something we call the supplementary instructions, where it's more about peer mentoring, where we are saying those senior students who have passed certain modules, like those that maybe students would normally senior modules who have done already and concluded these modules in previous years. What we are saying is that we are appointing them, and they are going to be mentors to and provide all forms of support to students. So we are going to group them where we are saying one senior student for 400 students, whereby they'll be able to assist the students and have a and study material in terms of how to navigate around them. And this senior students, through the supplementary instruction, they can be able to share their experience in terms of how they navigated any challenge that comes with navigating a semester. This is ILW 1501, which has 18,000 students And this is the first year module, which in a lot of cases it's registered within the first semester. So already to have this provision and this kind of support, we recognize that it's really important, and the recruitment way, and ours is to say beginning of the second semester we are going to push so that these things it can take effect. And also lastly, in the interest of time, is that we are introducing the nudging tool. We are piloting it as well in the second semester, which is an early students from an early period in the semester in terms of saying, oh, this and that students have not submitted their assignments. So we need to already find out why are students not supporting, rather submitting assignments, or in some cases there could be challenges that they are submitting wrong ones. So what we want to do already and insights from their lectures, and there is that distance, so that we are saying, although it's a hotel environment, we are keeping a good, close, constantly have communications with students in terms of always reminding them that please kindly note that your assignment.
Sorry, Prof. Your network is very bad. You towards the latter part, you're breaking up. I think we've got the gist
to
of the
say that
presentation.
no, the time. Okay, no, thank you. Then I will leave it here. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Prof. I think we managed to grab a majority of your presentation, but your connection was a bit bad. I see on the chat as well. I thought it was me, but I see on the chat as well your presentation is breaking up a bit. But I think we've got the main aspects of it, and I think on the screen as well, the idea of nudging, the nudging program and the Nsfas program that you have. And I think our students have seen that, so we look forward to the engagements that the College of Law has as well. So thank you so much for that, Prof. Despite the connection, we managed to get at least a majority of it. So thank you, Prof. We appreciate that. Let me now invite the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. Colleagues, please remember we need to keep the 5 minutes. Remember our challenge is time and our challenge is data for our students. So we want to ensure that we keep as many students as possible on the session as well. Professor Rapu, the Head of Teaching and Learning for the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, the floor is now yours.
Thank you so much. I trust you can see my presentation and hear my voice.
Yes, you are good on both counts. Thanks.
Okay. I'm trying to be brief because I think we are over time already. I'm just going to focus on things which are important for specifically for our students from science, engineering and technology. Just the first thing, please do note that most of our modules are now year modules. The reason for that is because it is acknowledged that science, engineering, technology content is such that it does take longer to learn. That means that we don't have to worry about registrations being late and so on. On the other hand, then just a reminder for students that you do then need to make sure that you actually work steadily throughout the year. Because you do need that time to understand the content. So, but you must also take this into account when you're planning your studies, because many of our modules have prerequisite content. For instance, you cannot understand Calculus B unless you have passed Calculus A module first. You cannot really follow chemistry, organic chemistry 2 if you haven't done organic chemistry 1 already. So these are going to be very important when you plan your studies, and especially if you're an Nsfas student, because you know you have to progress at a certain rate. So please do be aware of this, and when you're planning your studies, please do check, because you don't want to get into a position where you realize in year 2 that, well, I would like to register for this module, but actually I did not do the prerequisite module. So this is particularly important for CSET students. Workload is important. I think people do take on too much. I mean, we have students registering for far too many modules, even if they are, also working at the time. So please do always remember that if you take 10 modules, it does assume from the time management point of view that you are a full-time student. Now, if you then combine this with the fact that, as I mentioned, things might take time. If you are studying something like programming, there's a certain amount of making mistakes and, trying again and again and again. So it becomes important that you manage your workload. We cannot help you manage your workload. It is really you who sets your time for the week you have available for the studies. But please be aware of this, because I think we have a lot of students who underestimate the amount of work. Now, like with CASE, called Agricultural Environmental Sciences, we also have disciplines where they are going to be practicals. So please do be aware of this one as well. And in most cases, those practicals are organized on our science campus. In some very few cases, it might be on the Pretoria campus, but you must be prepared for this. It is part of your discipline. Some things you just cannot teach at the distance, chemistry being one of them, I believe. Okay, so we also have issues with the IRIS proctoring system. We use this proctoring system for all of our modules, but we always get students who are not prepared for it. It is not the same system used in other parts of the university, in other colleges. They're usually a different kind of a system. And the important thing is that this does require you to have a laptop or a desktop computer with a camera. You cannot do this on a phone or a tablet. And again, as you are an Nsfas student, you must make sure that you pass your modules, and being able to write your examinations is then a very important part of it. Okay, the next item, perhaps those of you who have chosen to study for CSET disciplines, you would know by now that science, maths, computer science, they do require this consistent effort, and you do have to do a lot of practice on your mathematics skills and so on. So this is quite important. And I think for other students who are taking, for instance, let's say statistics service modules who come from other colleges, be prepared to work. Okay, the support we have available from the side of CSET, we certainly do identify priority students and priority modules, even priority qualifications, and we do try to follow up from our side. But that doesn't mean that there's not things that you have to make sure to do from your side. First of all, you do have to go to the module site. There's no way of passing a module without visiting the module site for the information. You have to do the assignments to find out that you understand and you understand correctly. So this is very important. Use the assignments. They are not just gatekeeping. The assignments are where you're actually going to find out whether you understood things correctly. And there's usually other assessment tasks also, self-assessment and things like that on your lessons. So please do take those, because it is important to know where you are with your studies. Take advantage of the support. I think this was mentioned by many of our colleagues already from the other colleges. The support is available there. You got your e-tutors, you got lessons, you got regional centers. Please do take advantage of it, because really you need to pass this module. And we are very disappointed always when we organize lessons, for instance, but the students are not there. You are entitled for this. It is part of your fees actually you are paying, or Nsfas is paying for you, that the support is there. So please do take advantage. Don't get all shy or, diffident saying, well, I don't want to do that. Just take advantage of the support. Finally then, okay, do contact your lecturer early enough if there's a problem. There's no point in coming to us after the exam saying that, well, we didn't get the support we wanted from the lecturer. You are committed to the course, but the lecturer must also be committed to helping you pass. So you are entitled to support. So please do contact the lecturer early enough if there is a problem with the module, like if you don't understand why you got the mark you did in an assignment. Okay, so the next thing then is please do attend the exam preparation before the exam, because we will try to help you during the exam. But if you contact us, 5 minutes before the exam starts, you're going to miss part of the exam, and unfortunately we can't extend your time. Okay, but do contact us if you need any help. We are guaranteed to respond to your emails. We have 2 email addresses here. Madin cset@unisa.ac.za is our helpline. If you've got any questions whatsoever, we will resolve your problems. I'm also giving my personal email address because as the head of teaching and learning, I feel like it is my responsibility also to make sure that all our students are satisfied with the service they get from our colleagues. And I think that is everything from me. Thank you so much for listening, and all the best to all of our students in your learning journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rapu, the tuition manager for the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. And yeah, you heard it, students, ladies and gentlemen, the support that is provided by the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. Thanks, Prof. Can I quickly check, do we have the College of Accounting Sciences representative with us today? Nobody has yet. Okay. We will continue. So I want to summarize. We've got many questions that have popped up in the chat, and I see some of the majority, well, almost 80% of the questions that are coming up on the chat. Sure. Oh, Mr. Masiza is with us. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Masiza, please go ahead. College of Accounting Sciences, you got 5 minutes exactly. Thanks. Mr. Masiza, please go ahead. Thanks.
Chairperson, am I audible?
You're audible now, and we can see your screen as well. Please go ahead.
100%. Thank you so much. Colleagues, good morning, and good morning to our students. From the College of Accounting Sciences, I've prepared this brief presentation for us. In the main, the college is, apologies, Chair, sorry. Yes, we try to monitor the approved teaching strategies from the College of Accounting Sciences, which means our lecturers are required to compile a teaching plan. That teaching plan must include lessons that are planned by the lecturers, and there must then be activities of teaching that take place that we monitor. As a college, we are also reporting on these activities in the structures of the university to ensure that there is teaching that is taking place. And in the main, many of the lecturers, many of the modules are making use of the MS Teams, the MS Teams platform for teaching. And we do also have certain activities that take place in physical for our CTA students. We do have physical classes that are taking place. And we also then do employ e-tutors. So we do employ teaching assistants for our signature module. And in the main, most of our undergraduate modules are essentially supported with e-tutors. And some of our lecturers have created WhatsApp groups wherein student communication is taking place. Some student queries are also answered. Some communications and announcements are also then sent through those WhatsApp groups with our students. What we have noted, however, is some of the concerns regarding the participation, especially from our students in these WhatsApp groups. The class attendance from our students is also a concern that we must raise, and it is really worrying. Our students are not coming forward in terms of attending the classes. Our students are not coming forward in terms of voicing their queries. We only found out about most of these queries in the social platforms, which is really a concern. We also have a use or unreasonable use of AI tools. Students are now, copying and pasting the assessments onto the AI tools and then copy and paste the very same response from the AI tool and submit for marking. Colleagues and our students, the use of these AI tools, we can't avoid it, but I think there needs to be an effort on the part of the student to also ensure that, you know, the work that they are submitting is their work, because that's what we are here for. We are here to teach, and we are here to enable the critical thinking on the part of the student, not to just copy and paste and submit. That is why, especially in our college, we are really struggling with the plagiarism and the academic dishonesties. So we want to put it out there that we are aware of what the students are doing, and we are trying then to advise and guide our students back to the track. And we are also finding that some of our students, I'm not sure, there seems to be a stigma when our lecturers are calling you out or inviting you on the at-risk interventions that the lecturers have planned for you, additional support, additional assessments. There seems to be a reluctance on the students to participate and respond to some of those calls for additional support. And colleagues, being called directly by an academic for an arrangement of additional support, there's nothing wrong. We need to demystify, you know, as if asking questions or being provided additional support is a bad thing. It's not. It's for you to get your qualification on time if possible, but let us take advantage, colleagues. Our academics are really trying to come forward, to be present and to engage with yourselves as students. And then on the issue of proctoring, it's unfortunate that, you know, we are seeing this growth in the plagiarism cases, whilst we also have these proctoring tools that we are implementing as a college. Many of our qualifications are endorsed by professional bodies. And it is very, very important that the college complies with the accreditation requirements to ensure that the qualification that the students are receiving from our college can then open all the opportunities available in the market. So it is really a concern that many of our students, you know, they make means of avoiding the usage of these proctoring tools. And we want to discourage the particular conduct. That's why we are appealing to you as students in that these proctoring tools are here to ensure that you get the best qualification that you can get from our college. And maybe from the registration and application point of view, I've heard that some of our colleagues have also pointed this one out. The students taking too many modules at a time. We are aware that funding is an issue, but also taking too many modules is just an overload on your end, wherein you might not finish on time. Chairperson, the last point that I just wanted to mention is just for students that unfortunately tend to register late because of funding. We are requesting the students to be proactive. We do not always get to know about these late registrations or the student details that have registered late on time. So we request them to be proactive and reach out to our lecturers so that we can then plan additional support for those students in preparation, especially for the first assignment. Yeah, I think in the main, colleagues, this is what I wanted to present to you. I hope that we take it in a positive mind, with an open mind, that we are just here to ensure that our students are supported, that our students are able to achieve their academic goals, and that the qualifications that they achieve at the end of the day are of the required standard and are in line with what the professional bodies are expecting. Let me thank you for the opportunity, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsfas, for that, and also sharing what the College of Accounting Sciences is doing in terms of helping our students. So students, you've heard all the colleges speak now, and that covers all our colleges within the university. I just want to quickly summarize. So I'm hoping the academics can pick this up. There are a lot of questions that are coming out in the admin section on admin issues with finance issues, and I see our colleagues from Nsfas are responding to some of those, so keep those questions coming in. But for the academic side, these are some of the emerging trends in our chats and our students' position, both from YouTube and from the MS team. So I'm hoping that after I give this, you can actually go to the chats and also post up some responses. So firstly, the question of marking assignments late and students getting into exams and not knowing their assignment marks, not knowing their assignment feedback, which is really a major problem for many students, and this is coming out quite strongly in the chats. The lack of preparedness for the examination due to the marks being late and assignments being late released to students. So I think that's an important one for us. For the College of Agriculture and Environmental Studies, there's a student who raised a very interesting question. The student says they accepted us to do animal health, but now SAV does not want to register us because we did not do mathematics in school, and we did BNU and QMI in IS certificates, which made us qualify for the course. So please check that question on the chat. I think that's an important one to respond to. Students with disability also with special needs are also querying what support do academics outside of ARCSWID actually offer students with special needs to support them. Then there's a question related to, I think, Mr. Nsfas, this one is directly for you. 90% of our students are failing FAC 1501, 1602, 1502. Please, can we get extra help in these courses? Then in terms of modules that are being facilitated online, some also note that there are modules that are being facilitated online. There are modules where there are videos, but this is not the practice across all modules. So we need to get consistency across this. There are questions relating, and I think this is for PLS 1501, 1502. I think this is Professor Jacobs. This might be in your space. Regarding students and the stress of the exams, the stress of the content. Then Professor Lebolo, there was a interesting question, and the student says, to be frank and honest, the modules don't adhere to the 4 weeks marking and response period while you emphasize this. And I think students are also questioning the 4 weeks period and turnaround of marking from our student perspective. And then the question, and I think this one, Prof. Makano, the students say that, yes, we are being provided with videos, online sessions, but if we don't have data, there is no way that we can watch a 30 to 45-minute online video. We must look at better ways of supporting our students. And maybe we need to rethink this, especially considering the fact there are so many questions coming out on the chat in terms of data cost and delayed provision of data. That we might need to think of how we present this into micro videos, smaller videos, bite-sized videos that are a bit more easier for students to log onto. Then there's a question for social work students. I think Professor Jacobs, this comes back to you in CHS. Social work students also have to do practical starting from looking for placements, and they're supposed to work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that becomes a bit too much in terms of these time frames. And how is the college actually working with this in terms of the practicals and the long duration? And I think the one comment that I picked up, which sums up this session, it says, we are the future of the country. If you lose us, you risk your future. And I think that is well captures the critical position of our Nsfas students. So we really take that for granted. And this is why we have these type of sessions for you. With that said, we now move on to the next session, but I'm going to ask our colleagues from DSAA to get ready. But before we get to DSAA, Richard, do we have the competition ready for our students?
I didn't know. Okay. Yes, we've got the competition ready.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to have 3 giveaways, right? And part of this is to get your information out. So we're going to have 3 giveaways, and I see Professor Makano's hand coming up. I'm going to give her a space just now. So we're going to have 3 giveaways, Unisa branded earpods. What we want you to do is to click on the link. The link is going to be in the chat as well. You've also got a QR code, and the link says, if I were the minister, what one thing would I do to improve financial support for students, right? So we want to hear, to answer this question, to participate in the competition, if you were the minister, what was the one thing that you would do to improve financial support for our students? One thing, be innovative and realistic, and we will have AI to actually pick up the top 3 responses for us and tell us why they. So you have an opportunity to win this earpods, Unisa branded earpods. Click on the link, scan the QR code, and we will provide the winners before we break for a body break. Professor Makano, let me invite you back in.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chetty, for summarizing all the questions from the students. I wonder if each college that received a question can briefly respond, because we don't want just to talk without feedback, especially on the critical points that you mentioned. If at all, each college can just raise a hand and respond immediately before we jump to the administrative side.
Perfect.
Remember, if the modules, the teaching are compromised, even if we can give them money, they won't pass. So I think this is the bottom line. If at all we support academically fully, we address all the needs fully from the academic side and the module side, then we know that they will be able to pass at the end of the year. Maybe let's allow each college, based on the question that was raised on the chat, so that they're able to respond. I thank you, Dr. Chetty.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Makano. Okay, can we get a college responses? Just quick responses from the colleges, colleagues, not long presentations, quick responses strategically to those questions that I've just posed, how are we supporting students and some of the questions that have been raised. So I see Professor Lebelo, please go ahead. You first.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I will respond to the 2 questions that were posed. The first one is on BNU 1501. If you allow, let me just give you a background around this. This is a module that is residing in camps, and it's a module that we have been using for our higher certificate in animal welfare. And this was an agreement between ourselves and South African Veterinary Council. And everything went well until end of 2024. But around March, we picked it up that students are struggling to register with SAVC. And there were 2 meetings that were held between college management and SAVC. And we are waiting to hear from SAVC as to how we are going to resolve this matter so that students can be assisted. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, we started with the plenary around this matter, just to make sure that the students are not disadvantaged. The second question, if I did understand it quite correctly, it was on the turnaround time around marking. Program Director, the CAIS has got a 21-day turnaround time for both its formative assessments and summative assessments. So my thinking will be there will be, some of the formative assessments that are delayed in that regard. But we always try to stick to the turnaround time as I've highlighted. So those will be my responses on those 2 questions. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Professor Lebelo. Professor Jacobs, CHS.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I picked up 2 issues. One is PLS 1501, PLS 1502. I will liaise with the lecturers there so that we can see what the problems are and how we can alleviate the issues. And then also social work, the fact that students are required to do a practical or a will. I just need to explain that this is part of what the professional body for social work requires. So we will have to see what kind of concessions we can make, though it is going to be really difficult because this is a requirement from the the profession, so that people can actually register as professional social workers. So I will pick this up or to have discussions with the CODs on both these accounts. But I also want the students to understand that your practical part, especially for qualifications such as social work and psychology, is really important, because the university must comply with the requirements that the professional body is setting there. And you want to be registered eventually as a professional psychologist or social worker, so the practical is really important. But we will have more discussions on that with the departments and then also with the students. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Jacobs. Mr. Shivangu, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. I think College of Education can also not ignore the issue of marking of assignments. The college has introduced a new monetary system from 2024, where there's a weekly meeting. During the middle time, you will get your normally monthly meetings, but in the last month before the exam, the head of teaching and learning have these scheduled meetings with all teaching reps from all the departments, with the DSAA reps that is dealing with SEDU, to actually indicate which assignments are behind, what is the progress, and we have seen a great progress in that regard. So it is something that was very concerning with the college, because it contributes towards preparedness towards the exam. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We now move on to Mr. Masida, is correct?
Yes, Chair. That's correct. From our College of Accounting Sciences, I think the issue was with the FAC modules, 1500 and 1600. I think on those modules, Chairperson, I actually touched on the challenges that we are facing there, being the attendance on the student side. Those are the high volume modules in our college, wherein we find many students coming from other colleges attending those modules. And that is where we actually have focused our support in terms of the e-tutoring. We have more our e-tutors on those modules, and we have most of the teaching taking place in those modules, be it the bi-weekly lessons or the online classes that are conducted. I'm just a bit surprised that the students are actually failing, or they are indicating that they are struggling with those modules. The numbers that we have seen attending were actually very low. That is why I'm actually wanting to raise that issue of student participation. You find a module with about 15,000 students, 15 FAC 1502. The attendance that we have seen, the largest attendance was about 1,200 students. So you can see from those numbers that we are really facing a challenge of student participation. As far as the marking and receiving of assessment feedback, we don't have that problem on those modules, as most of their assessments are actually quizzes and MCQs. So we don't have an issue with the marking turnaround time for those modules. And by and large, for our college, we do monitor in our tuition committee the turnaround time. And I can report that based on the analytics that we monitor, we haven't really had a module that has had more than 21 days outstanding. Except for our senior modules at CTA level. So, Chair, I think we have been trying as a college to ensure that students do receive their assessment feedback before they actually sit for examination. And then the last question, Chair, was on the 6-year modules moving from semester modules. This is our premium qualification, the SAICA accredited qualification. And the reason why we moved from the 10 semester modules to the 6-year modules was because that the students were actually struggling with the workload. So the semester modules were not working for that qualification. Students were not completing the qualification. Hence, then we decided to convert to the year modules to allow the student extra time to engage with the content and to allow the additional teaching to take place outside of the challenges of late registrations and the other issues. So it is for the benefit of the student that they actually now have enough time to attempt those modules. And we have seen an improvement from us converting to the year modules on that qualification, Chairperson, with the 6 modules. Yeah, I think, Chair, that those were the 2 items from the College of Accounting Sciences, and I appreciate your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsfas. Professor Mantua?
Yeah, thank you. In relation to the College of Law, the modules such as RRLLB 81, these are the more practical modules because they teach students in terms of how to conduct research. And sometimes we face challenges where maybe everything is not sort of easy to fit into a semester. So what we try to do in order to make it as practical as possible is to ensure that we assign mentors from different fields of law to the students so that they can have as much support as possible. And in relation to our turnaround time for marking, it is 21 days, and we have been able to stick to that. We only face challenges like where maybe some of the modules were scheduled to be written late. For example, we had 1 or 2 modules which were written on the 3rd and 4th of July already, but we always try to push. And in terms of monitoring, what we do is to make sure that we at least have meetings twice a week, marking meetings where we trace how far we are in terms of completing everything. And even now with the May-June exams, we have been on time in terms of ensuring that we are able to also release marks early. And also with the first assignment, we always strive to give students feedback before they even go into the exam. And we also make sure that our feedback on assignments is very detailed so that it can thoroughly assist students in their preparation for the exam. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Mantua, and then Professor Rapu.
Thank you. You didn't mention any questions specifically for us, but I see 2 queries relating to CSAT on the chat. First of all, the signature module EUP 1501. That is one of the last remaining modules, which are semester modules for us, and assigning TAs, teaching assistants, as smaller groups for support of students does happen soon after the registrations are closed, so that is certainly going to happen. The other question was about physical classes, except for practicals. I would suggest that that students contact their regional centers, because quite often the regional centers are organizing academic literature classes, which are in many cases very relevant for especially statistics, mathematics modules. So regional centers are a very valuable resource if you are interested in physical classes. Beyond that, please do check with your lecturer, because some lecturers might indeed have physical classes as well. However, this is specific to each module, so you do need to check the module site. Beyond this, there was no other questions. Please do, students, please do write your queries for CSAT. Just tag them with, just mention CSAT on them, and I will respond to them later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rapu. So the chats are quite active. For those in the chat, what I encourage you to do is write the college name, as Professor Rapu, whether you're in CHS, CSET, or CAS, or CAS, SEDU, write the college name first, then write the question, and the colleagues are responding to the chat. So I encourage your colleagues to also continue the conversation and respond to some of our students on the chat. So please go ahead. We also have some very fascinating comments coming in. If I were the minister, what one thing would I do to improve the financial support for students? And I mean, some of it are really practical and innovative. So we really want you continue posting your comments, and we will announce the winners before we move into our break session. At this time, I'm going to invite our colleagues from DSAA for a discussion on assessment criteria, statistics, and non-submission among Nsfas students. And we have with us, please go ahead, and our colleagues from DSA, you've got 5 to 7 minutes for your presentation. Thanks.
We can't hear.
Rasabotsa, please do unmute your mic. Your microphone, just unmute your microphone. You actually had the presentation in good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear now. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Prom Director, and good morning to you all and all protocol observed. My name is Daniel Rasabotsa from DSAA. I'll be taking through the assessment related matters. Prom Director, let me just emphasize that it is crucial that we take this opportunity to engage, update each other, and discuss important information regarding Nsfas issues.
Is it just me?
No, I think Mr. Daniel, we lost you again. Daniel, are you with us? Richard, just confirm, Richard, you can't hear on your side as well, right?
Yes. No.
Yeah. Same problem.
Mr. Rasmus, I think let's move on. Let's move on to, can I bring in Vinesh Balkaman? Vinesh, if you are ready, can I bring you in? And while our colleagues try to call Mr. Rasmus in, so don't waste time. Vinesh, are you ready on your side?
Good morning, Denzel. Morning, colleagues. Yes, I'm ready on my side.
Thanks, Vinesh. If you can just jump in, Vinesh. So Vinesh is going to speak specifically from the DSAR perspective, and he's going to talk about the explanation of progression rules relevant to Nsfas students. So post your comments related to his presentation, right? We will come back to Mr. Rasabotsa. Our colleagues will try to get all of him, and we'll discuss that technical aspect. So Vinesh, please let me hand over to you to provide some support strategies for students to navigate the progression challenges. Thanks, Vinesh.
Thank you, and good morning again to all colleagues and the students. Thanks for this opportunity to be able to present on the progression rules. So the Unisa progression rules are part of the admission policy of the institution. In recent years, up to about 2021, the progression rules was that a student had to pass at least 24 NQF credits in their first year of study and 36 credits each year thereafter. The latest admission policy has changed this to indicate that the student has to complete according to the number of years and not just the credits. So a one-year qualification, students have 4 years to complete. So it does not mean they have to do 24 in the first year or second year or whatever. The 120 credits have to be completed in a 4-year period. For a 2-year, it's 6 years. For a 3-year qualification, 8 years to complete. And for a 4-year qualification, students have 10 years to complete. That's our current progression rules. There's no distinction to whether the student is a Nsfas student or any other regarding the academic progression rules. It applies evenly to all Unisa students. So Nsfas students are not disadvantaged. It's exactly the same rules for everyone. Nsfas, however, has its own academic progression rules to decide, or in deciding whether students will be funded in a following year. So that second bullet there, you can see, and I've taken this from the Nsfas guidelines document. University students must achieve a course credit pass rate of 60% for the end of the current academic year to be funded in the following academic year. So in terms of progression for funding, and I just want to make this distinction here, this is funding a progression and not academic progression as such. So there's no distinction also for the academic progression for Nsfas students, whether it's a contact institution or distance education like Unisa. How can Nsfas students safeguard their their progression? Ensure that they take the number of modules that they will succeed in. A full course load means much more work and much more of an effort. So students need to be realistic with their circumstances, their personal circumstances, and take modules in accordance with that. Now, I know that there are some conditions on the Nsfas side where students are urged to take more modules, but this creates a problem if they're not going to be able to meet at least passing 60% of their modules. We have our colleagues from DSF later on in this program, and they will elaborate a bit more on the number of modules, maximum number of modules students should be taking. And then, of course, it has to be from the student side that they study sufficiently to pass their modules and succeed in progressing. Lastly, it has come out quite clear from the colleges that they provide adequate academic support for students to meet the progression rules. And students can once again be urged to maximize the use of the academic support to meet the requirements. So it's both. It's the Nsfas further funding requirement, but also for the Unisa side to be able to complete your qualification. Students must please ensure that they maximize the use of the academic support. Chair, that's my very short and brief report or presentation for this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vinesh, for that. I see you've actually answered the question that emerged in the chat. One of the questions came out is the distinction between the Nsfas progression and the academic progression. I think some students were confused, but I think you answered that quite well in your presentation. I don't see any other questions related to progression that we have with us. I'm just checking in the chat quickly. For those students that are joining us online on MS Teams, I noticed that we've actually reached our threshold of over 1,000. I know our Teams is not giving us the accurate number. We've reached our threshold over 1,000 students on MS Teams. So if your chat is deactivated, it is because we've reached our threshold. So what we want you to do is post your comments on the YouTube channel, where we've got majority of our students also on the YouTube channel. So Vinesh, thank you so much for that. I see that you have answered that question in terms of the progression. I don't see any other questions, but if you don't mind, Vinesh, if you can also filter through the chat and check if there's anything specific related to progression for us. We also have with us Ms. Liana Jovert, the Deputy Registrar as well, so we also thank her for joining our session as well. Can I quickly check, David, Richard, do we have DSAA back with us, or they are still missing?
Mr. Chairperson.
I think
yes,
Mr. Rasibota is ready now, Chair. Yes, maybe we can try him again.
Okay, Daniel, you with us?
Thank you.
Daniel, you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me now?
Perfect, we can hear you. Please go ahead. The floor is yours. Thanks.
Also, just confirm whether the presentation is visible.
Yes, please go ahead. And to our students, this section is specifically on the assignment submission, etc. So please go ahead with your questions related to this matter on the chat and we will filter it. Thanks, Daniel. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks once more, and my apologies for technical issues. I was still saying that program director, it is crucial that we take this opportunity to engage and update each other. and discuss important information regarding the Nsfas issues and how to support them and other related matters. Let me start by indicating that our directorate comprises of 3 divisions, which is assignment, examination, and the proctoring and invigilation division. Our roles as DSA include we support the administrative part of the assessment in partnership with ICT to set up the necessary system and process so that the submission process should go through easily. We are also responsible for all assessment related activities, which includes formative as part of the assessment, which includes summative, continuous assessment, and alternative assessment. We also handle all student and academic staff inquiries regarding assessment related matters. And what is important is that we are guided by assessment policies. We don't operate in a vacuum. We are guided by these policies and assessment procedure manual and other teaching learning policies to ensure that there is fairness in terms of the whole assessment process and protect the academic integrity qualification. And just to note that to our students, all assignments are submitted online. Please no hard copies. In terms of DSAA process flow, firstly, we are monitoring the submission of formative in accordance to the approved assessment plan. Most of the colleagues that have already presented, they have emphasized the issue of submission of formative, which is the assignment. And managing the admission process also is part of our DSAA process, and we are managing that admission process as per the criteria and approve assessment plan. I'll deal much with this. I'll expatiate on the admission process as we proceed with our presentation. Another activities that we manage of management of proctoring processes, and we are referring to in the Invigilator app, IRIS, model proctoring, and the issue of Turnitin and the usage of artificial intelligence. And we're also giving support during the examination through the joint operation team or committee. And we are also managing the post-exam processes. That is the remark, the purchase is also part of our role as DSAA. Other responsibility that is part of us in terms of administrative division assessment, we have what we call the assessment plan, which is indicate the information how the module is going to be assessed, and it's completed by the primary lecturer each and every year, and it consists of the number of assignment per module. What does that imply? It implies that each and every module has got specific numbers of module which the student need to complete per specific academic year. This will differ from one module to the other. Example, for a specific module, they might have 2 assignments, and the other module, they might have 3 assignments. As I've said, that it will differ from one module to the other. And the assessment plan also consists of the due date, which I'll also emphasize that the student must adhere to the due date in terms of submitting the assignment. Another thing is the weight of all assignment. Each and every assignment carries a specific weight towards the formative mark or towards the year mark. Meaning that, for example, the primary lecturer might indicate that assignment 1 consists of 20% towards the formative mark, and the other primary lecturer might indicate that assignment 1 carries 10% towards the formative marks. It also depends on the criteria which the primary lecturer have selected. And the assessment also indicates the formative assessment, whether the assessment is a quiz or file upload or forum, depending on the lecturer. So in terms of exam admission criteria, this is how will the student qualify to write the examination. And there are some modules which uses Turnitin. I want to elaborate more on this screen the exam admission. There are 4 criteria which have been approved for exam admission. The first one is that a student needs to submit at least 1 assignment before the exam admission date. Why I'm emphasizing the exam admission date, meaning that if immediately after the exam admission ran and you submit the assignment thereafter, meaning that you won't be granted the exam admission because you have submitted your pieces of assignment after the exam admission ran. So the first criteria is that the student is required to submit at least 1 assignment to be granted exam admission. If there are 4, for example, 4 assignments, if you have submitted 1 assignment before the exam admission date, then you'll be granted exam admission. And the second criteria is the submission of minimum of number of assignment before the exam date, exam admission date, meaning that at a specific module, the primary lecturer might say, for my module, for a student to qualify for exam entry or to write for that module in the examination, for example, we say the student must submit at least a specific number, meaning minimum of 2 assignment for you as a student to qualify to be granted an exam admission. I just want to reiterate that criteria simply means that you must submit a minimum number. For example, the primary lecturer might say that for my module, for students to qualify for exam, they must at least submit a minimum of 2 assignments. Then they can be granted the exam admission. The third criteria referring to a minimum of formative mark. In this case, we are referring to a specific percentage, meaning that, for example, if there are 4 assignments, the primary lecturer might say, for my module for students to qualify for the exam admission, a student must get at least 40% in those assignments. And remember, those assignments must be marked, and the marks must also be captured before the exam admission is processed. So the last one is there are specific modules. They've got auto admission. So there've been approval for specific modules to be granted for auto exam admission. In terms of other support services that we are offering, we are responding and resolving assessment-related inquiries. There are walk-ins counters for students to inquire, like Sunnyside, Midlands, Florida, and other regional offices. And we monitor the submission process, ensuring that the system is open for submission. And if there are any technical issue, we report those technical issues to ICT to be resolved. We also monitor the marking progress so that students can get marks and feedback on time. That's why we've engaged on weekly meetings so that we should monitor those marking progress. Individual extension, if there's a death or sickness, natural disaster, and we are also offering that opportunity that you should submit a valid reason for you to be granted an individual extension. And we are also doing the general extension for due date if it's requested by the lecturer. There are several challenges that we have picked up, where some students are not reading the announcement from lecturers on my module site. So it's very challenging because there are new information which have been posted on my module site. So students are not reading the announcement. So there are other students who are not adhering to the due date. So it also delays in terms of release of the assessment general feedback. So I think that we've discovered is that in terms of time management from the student, writing and submit assignment at the last minute. And this will create a problem because sometimes you might find that during that day you want to submit the assignment, there's a network problem and you encounter the issue of not submitting your assignment. So we are saying, please plan your work and your studies accordingly so that you should be able to submit those pieces of assignment on time. But how can we manage these challenges? We are encouraging that students should read announcements posted by lecturer daily so that to check if there are no new information. And we are also adjusting the due date for modules affected by technical issues. So that's how we are trying to manage. If there are technical issues, like the system is down, we also adjust the due date so that we accommodate such incident when there are technical issues. And we are also ensuring that compliance with assessment marks submission, where in terms of releasing the marks, also the deadlines to guarantee timelessly release of student marks, we are trying by all means that we make sure that those marks are being released. I also want to emphasize on this slide. This is a scenario that in terms of statistics, that if it's important that you submit these pieces of assessment. For example, if a student submit one assignment and at average, the year mark will be 21%. And the average final mark will be 12%. Because you have submitted only one assignment. And if you submit 2 assignments, the average year mark will be 37%. And at average, the final mark will be 55%. So in brief, student, we are saying submit all the assignment. We are just giving a scenario that when you submit, you don't submit all the assignment, you are disadvantaging yourself in terms of at the end, the final mark and together with the year mark. So we are pleading to you that you submit all the assignment. For example, if a specific module had 5 assignments, then you submit all those 5 assignments, then at average, your year mark will be 69. And your final mark at average will be 67%. So please submit all the pieces of assignment required by that specific module. Some of the consequences not participating in submitting the pieces of assignment, student will have a lower year mark, which will also affect the final mark. If there's no submission, according to those criteria of exam admission, then you won't be granted exam admission because there is no submission. And it also delays the completion of qualification, example, being deferred to the next examination period. So we are saying that please comply by submitting all the assignment and so that your qualification shouldn't be delayed. The preliminary report indicated that the plus or minus 94,000 students who have missed the submission of assignment. And colleagues, this is a serious concern. 94,000, it's a lot. And looking at that, these students they've been funded by the government. So somehow we have done some preliminary research. Somehow some students indicating issues of gadget and other external factors, but we are saying let them engage with us if there are such challenges. From this statistics of 94,000 colleagues, let me expatiate by indicating that some students submitted 1 assignment, some students submitted 2 assignments out of 5, some they didn't submit any assignment. So this is the report that we got in terms of students who have missed formative assessment in 2025 so far is plus or minus 94,000. And some of the consequences of colleagues, it lower the retention rate for the academic year. So, and sometimes you end up forfeiting the Nsfas financial assistance. In terms of inquiries to DSAA and lecturers, if there are any content-related query should be referred to the primary lecturers, and in terms of marking progress, that could also should be referred to the primary lecturer. The lessons and the study plans should also be referred to the primary lecturers. And the queries that should be referred to DSA if the submission portal is not available. If you want to try to submit your assignment and that submission portal is not available, please contact DSAA so that you should get assistance. And if the marks are not on my Unisa, please contact DSAA for assistance. And if the marks also differs from a model, also please contact DSA for further assistance. And if the student you don't have exam admission, we are pleading that you contact DSAA for further assistance. We are appealing to students in conclusion, Chair, that the students should participate in all assessment activities for them to be successful in progressing in their studies. On that score, Program Director, this is our contact details. If the student want to contact us, they could contact us at assign@unisa.ac.za, exam@unisa.ac.za. There is a toll-free number where they can call to seek for assistance. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Rasabotsa. A round of virtual applause for our colleague. We do have a lot of questions that have come up in the chat, and I'm going to pose a few, and you can see which ones you can respond to. I know we will address some a little later. So for our students, just remember we do have Nsfas, a Nsfas representative or colleagues from Nsfas who will speak to you a little later, and we intentionally put this towards the end of the program so that the colleagues can respond to your questions that you're posting on the chat, which they are already doing, but they will also integrate some of those responses as part of your presentation towards the end of the session. So Daniel, if we can, there are a few that I picked up on the chat, and I just want to summarize across the two platforms. We do have some questions, and I see I know we will have ARCSWID with us as well. So if you want to respond, you can respond to which is relevant to you. Students with special needs, do we have any provisions? How long does it take for an outcome on disciplinary cases, and does it affect moving forward? Can we submit our assignments if Nsfas has not yet funded? Will those submissions count? One student says, I do not understand why Nsfas blocked approved funds so that we are unable to access some assignments. So that means they cannot access some assignments. And please, can we ensure that the students view their exam results, how they're grading, etc., if the fees are not being paid? So I know that some of these are financial questions we'll relate to later, but I think more specifically around the issue of students, will they be able to submit their assignments if they are not yet the funds have not yet come through? Can they view the results, etc.? And how long does it take for disciplinary outcome to be done? Maybe we can respond to that quickly. Do we still have Mr. Rasabotsa with us? Have we lost?
Program Director, can you repeat, because I was
okay.
Yeah.
First, okay, let me go through it. First one, students with special needs, do we have any provisions? Okay, second one,
yes,
how long does it go ahead?
Okay,
go ahead.
let me just respond to the first one. In terms of special needs, we do allocate extra time for those students, and there is a division which is specifically dealing with students with special needs in our section.
Okay, second question, disciplinary cases, how long does it take? Does it actually delay any progression? How disciplinary cases, how long does it take? Does it delay any progression?
Mesongo, can you take that one? Can you take that one?
Thank you, Chair. To finalize the DC cases, if I understand the question correctly, it will depend on the report received from the college or the responsible lecturer who has flagged the student as a DC case, and the office will then inform the student. The time frame in terms of finalizing the whole process, this will depend on the number of DC cases received from the colleges across, and that's where there might be a delay. If the numbers are too high, the delay might be there. I'm sure I did respond to your question correctly, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Mr. Ngo. The question on Nsfas students with assignment submission, can they submit their assignments? Will it count towards the submission if their fees have not yet been paid? And maybe you can also take this one. Can Nsfas students see their, do Nsfas, are there causes or are there assignments that are blocked if Nsfas students have not yet paid their funds?
If I may respond, I think Mr. Rasabas is struggling with connectivity.
Sure.
If a student is on a TP status, that's a temporary registration status, the student can access the tutorial letters, but the student will not be officially linked to the system to do any activities in terms of submissions. So even if you have access to the questions and whatever, you need to be firstly registered permanently so that you can be able to be linked by ICT accordingly. That's when now you can view your module codes for you to can do your assignments and do the submissions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Songo, for that. I think you've answered the majority of the questions. There are some on the chat, so I'm going to ask if the colleagues can continue the conversation on the chat. Can I bring in now ICT? I say you actually left off with ICT. So I'm going to invite Dr. Tabajani to the floor, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about the ICT support as well as the SMS alert system for student notifications. Dr. Tabajani, are you with us?
Yeah, good morning, Chair, good morning, colleagues. Indeed, I'm here. So let's do this. All right, great. Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Dr. Mutloko Tobeyana. I'm from ICT. As you know, ICT, Information and Communication Technology. This is a portfolio that is an enabler. It's an enabler of Unisa business, and as you know, we are doing learning, teaching, learning, research, and community engagement. So we do exist within Unisa ecosystem to really enable the whole value chain. So in my presentation here today, we'll just touch on one of the key aspects around the teaching and learning, and in particular, we talk about automated assessments, due dates, reminder. So what do we have? So indeed, what we have learned is that for various reasons, right? You colleagues as our students, there's always lots of workloads, being assignment and other things outside of your studies. So we thought that is very key for us to develop the system, of course, with our sister departments, which they are owning this aspects. This is initiative, and we have developed this automated system that assist us in terms of, or assisting you to really able to be in a position to track your deadlines, and so to avoid, so that you always doing well in terms of your studies, right? So in a nutshell, really, this is a quite very straightforward system that we had. So on a weekly basis, on Fridays, there are always going to be automated emails that are sent to each of you as a reminder for the assessments that are due in the next 7 days. So what happens is that we send an SMS to you to say, please check your email, and then on an email, that email will detail exactly which module is that and when that module will be due, or the expectation for you to submit the assignment. So this is an example of what I understand, colleagues, you already receive. We started this in the first semester, and this is an ongoing initiative that, based on your feedback and colleagues on the ground, will always, customize to ensure that we meet your demand. But indeed, this is just really in a very high level that we do have this system that we have in place to ensure that you always reminds yourselves of duties that you sign up for as a student here as Unisa in terms of assignments and other work are concerned. So this is an email, I mean SMS, you receive such SMS, which then in the email will detail which module and all those other important information that you need to be aware of. So, Chair, this really what we just thought we can just come and highlight to say we have this existing system, which colleagues I understand they should be in a they should already receive the alerts, and if they do not, they should just need to ensure that their details, SMS in particular, their numbers are correct one on the system through the CSC, where they can phone to ensure that their numbers and other details are correct on the system. That's really about it, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Tobojani, for that and setting the context. So students, you've heard this, right? So the notifications that are sent to you is really part of our strategy to provide some kind of feedback so that you quickly understand where you need to fit into the system with us. And also it's an awareness. You know, we all need this. Sometimes we get caught up in life and daily tasks and we forget, and it's understandable. But these SMSs actually just prompt you. So it's not to say we want your assignment, but just to prompt you, say, listen, time is running out, submit this. So with that said, thank you so much, Dr. Tobojani, for the ICT support. We do have the Deputy Registrar with us, as I mentioned earlier, Ms. Leanna Jobert. I think she's still with us. Ms. Jobert, are you with us, Leanna? And I know you've got a message for our students, but I can quickly hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really appreciate it. And I just also would like to express my immense gratitude for this platform, for us to share the students on the various platforms. I would like to share with the students a little message from myself, stating to you that I really want to share with the students that many of us on this platform are alumni of Unisa, and stuff requires more than just academic ability. Resilience. I've listened carefully to some of the colleges, especially humanities. We need to have resilience. We need to have discipline and level of personal commitment. And with you that you're not only pursuing knowledge, but also mastering the art of self-direction, time management, and perseverance. And I can assure you that your journey is not easy, like many of us, but it's powerful. And each assignment, like our colleagues said, every exam, courage and determination. And I want to leave you just with that you hold in your hands the most powerful tool, knowledge. And what you are building today will shape you for the future. And from the registrars, I want to wish all the students all the best. And please note that the Deputy Registrar's office is open, not closed, for our students, Chair, and also to the colleges. And I just want to express my gratitude to Prof. Moganu. What an excellent platform. And I would contribute greatly to these platforms in the future. You've opened my eyes this morning. Thank you so much, Prof. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yoba. That's our Deputy Registrar, and I think she captured it so beautifully when she says that the doors of Unisa are open, and that actually shows, part of our commitment for today, and reaffirmed by our Deputy Registrar that the doors of Unisa are open, and we're here to listen, and we want to engage. And this is just the start of one of many platforms to come. So thank you so much for that warm word, and also for the inspiration to our students. Ladies and gentlemen, students, we're about to break for the next for a 2 to 3 minute body break. But before we break, exciting news. Who won? Richard, can I quickly bring you to the floor? Who won our competition with the best response? If they were the minister, or if they were saying something to the minister, a pitch, what would they pitch? Richard, can you give us some feedback?
Thank you, Denzel. So yes, we've got many replies, over 100 that the AI had to choose from. So remember, we actually just feed this in and the AI actually goes through it to make the decision of which is the best one and why it's the best one. So we've got 3 winners. I'll start with the first one. So congratulations, Nsika and Zama. And, you know, what I like about you is a 2-part funding model to really help students also get on their feet after studies. So it thinks a bit further, not just, you know, passing, but actually giving you the ability to start entrepreneurship so we can actually create more jobs in the country. Secondly, we've got Nomvula Chabalala, also to do with work, but a little bit of a different angle. Is actually why not employ them within universities and government positions? So, you know, he actually gives the example of the teacher assist programs that's already more or less aligned to that. So it will really, you know, also relieve the students other financial needs and experience while they are studying. And then Kekleto, no, also got a very good one. This specifically addresses one more towards students in Unisa and a CODEL environment, and you know, tailored where we actually create CODEL hubs over the country where they can easily go connect with their laptops. So small little hubs where they can also have their laptops repaired, because that is a fundamental tool that you do need in your studies. So congratulations to our 3 winners. Thanks, Denzel.
Thanks so much, Richard, and a virtual round of applause to all our winners, all those that have joined in. Unfortunately, we can't give everyone a prize, but we have our 3 winners today. And just to let you know, we didn't pick the winners. It was AI that picked the winners. So basically an AI generated system ran through the 100 applications, picked the winners and motivated why the winners, why they won. So win. So if you want to win more, just keep coming to the programs that we have for you. So we're going to take a 2 to 3 minute body break, just 2 to 3 minute body break, and quickly grab some coffee, grab some tea, and when you come back, my colleague Mr. Malachi is going to continue as the program director. So it's been great being with you in the morning. Quickly grab your coffee, grab a body break, and Mr. Malachi will see you in the next 2 to 3 minutes quickly. Thank you. Mr. Malachi, I hand over to you. In 2 to 3 minutes, you can reconvene the session.
colleagues. Welcome back. Our 3 minutes has lapsed. Greetings to colleagues, student leaders, and our students. My name is Muhammad Malachi from the Dean of Students, and my task will be just to facilitate the program, and hopefully it will be simple. But I just want to appeal to our presenters to say, let's try to adhere to the time given to each of us, as we are already running behind time. So with that said, colleagues, I'll go straight to our program. Our next presenter will have a presentation from the Dean of Students, where the presentation will look into the support mechanism for students encountering academic challenges, resource available for academic assistance and counseling. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Numalo. Mr. Numalo, over to you. You have a maximum of 8 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Numalo. Do we have Mr. Numalo?
Yes, we have him. He was just attending. I just made him presenter.
Okay, thank you. While he's still busy presenting his presentation, can we move to the next presenter? We'll come to him immediately after. We have a presentation, or it's a comment actually from the SRC. The representative is Mr. Mahlomola Tlhabisa, who is a postgraduate officer from the National SRC. Mr. Mahlomola, over to you. You have 5 minutes to comment based on the subject matter of the day.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning. SRC members, executive members of the university, and the stakeholders, the biggest stakeholders of the university, which are our students, my humble greeting. Firstly, we want to appreciate the platform given to us and also to students regarding the Nsfas matters as a whole. We appreciate the office of Prof. Mahano with this progressive platform to address also to challenge matters that are on our base. Firstly, every year Nsfas, at the end of the year, they want to see student progress without understanding the challenges that the students are facing throughout the year. And all of these burdens are with the university. The university that knows the challenges that are facing the student throughout the academic year. Nsfas does not care whether the student had an issue of load shedding, an issue technical matters. They just want to see those 60% being provided by the student at the end of the year. So we appreciate the support given to students by the different colleges and the different departments, and we really appreciate the work being done by those colleges, and also the work that is done by the student funding office to make sure that students they receive their allowance early. But we also put it on record that we need to challenge the issue of policy when it comes to Nsfas allocating money to Unisa students. I think it's really unfair because when you can look at the student from the College of Education who attend practicals. When you're attending practicals, you must have new clothes, you must have lunch boxes. Where are the students going to get that money? You really need to look on those issues. And also, my last point would be, let's look in the matter of giving students, first-year students, online classes on daily basis, because I think those ones they really do not understand the Unisa system, how it works, how you must challenge your academic issues, and also how to directly speak with lecturers. Let's look on that one. Maybe on the second when they are getting used to the system, so that they can be able to progress progressively and also being successful in academic matters. Thank you, Program Director, and also we really appreciate this platform from the office of Prof. Makano. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tlavisa. But also from your comment, I could say, one, you are affirming that the university is on the right direction in addressing the student issues, you know. So thanks for that. But also it's an encouragement to colleagues. So colleagues, I'm going to move now, going back to Mr. Numalo from the Office of the Dean. Mr. Numalo, are you ready for us?
Sir, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you very much. It's quite an honor, and greetings to you, and I think Dr. Chetty, and I must appreciate the quality of the work that you are doing, but also the senior management that is present in the platform. I saw my line management as well from the register, but a special greetings also to Prof. Makano, and we appreciate, the idea of this event, and we're looking forward really to attempt to be party to it, and also to enjoy it as all the colleagues have demonstrated that. I'm trying to put up my presentation, Program Director. Okay. All right. Is it visible? I'm putting up on the presentation mode.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malachi. Thank you. All right. There it is. Thank you very much. My name is Begin Umalo. I'm the Acting Deputy Director in ARCSWID, Advocacy and Resource Center for the Students with Disabilities. And I think the task at hand was to speak to the support mechanism for students encountering academic challenges. And we've listened to various presentations this morning, and then which attest to the university's commitment to supporting students. And I think I'm with the colleagues also from the Division Student Development. I know that Malachi are here, but my assumption is that also Melly Roo is here, and other colleagues that are there who will then extend and speak directly to the student development services in light of the topic. From ARCSWID, then I have Ms. Ndlovu, who will also add. Zooming straight to the presentation is that the Office of the Dean of Students has really a multifaceted mandate that entails general student support services, student development, as well as student governance and student with disabilities. So the office aim really is to enhance the overall student experience, hence promote student success and contribute to the holistic development of students during their time at Unisa. As I cited earlier, the Directorate of the Dean is divided into two divisions: Student Development and Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities. In light of ARCSWID, now I'm zooming into ARCSWID. ARCSWID has got two, I often say, covert sections, because there are no leaderships that are heading these sections within ARCSWID. So we'll have the Student Support Administration section, and also Advocacy and Training session. And then under the Student Support, administration, we render the following services: disability application and registration support. So we've got registration desk that are stationed particularly in the Matlonek campus, but the other regions, regional offices enjoy support that is provided through the disability desk, which is stationed in the Sunnyside campus. And therefore, we also do the accessible study material conversion in various formats. I cited Braille, audio, large print, e-text, and then I know that we also have DAISY as one of the imported learning material preferred by students. There's also reasonable accommodations arrangements that are done by that section within ARCSWID. And then we also have the advocacy for academic accommodations. This is through the interface that we have with academic departments, on behalf of our students. And then the other section has to do with advocacy and training services. There is disability awareness campaigns that are run, sensitizing the university at large about disability, but also inclusive education, that the university adapted the principle of inclusive education. What therefore means is that ARCSWID has got focus areas that it renders services to students, particular students also who are using Nsfas. But also there are other departments within the university who have prioritized services for students with disabilities. I mean, we had the previous presenter making mention that in DSAA, we've got an office that focuses on disability matters, that supports students with disabilities. The principles also applies to the library. It also applies to the other section of the university where they focus and support students with disabilities. And then that section, our section also provides capacity building and training to students and staff in light of disability matters. And then we also have now focus on student leadership. There are forums that we've launched, there are forums that now are existence, and therefore what we are trying to do is to provide a space for voices of students with disabilities within the student governance committees. So this is a very important milestone that we've accomplished here. So maybe one might wonder if exactly if we provide any support within the space of the topic of today. And I say yes, we do. Arguably so is that there are reasonable accommodations that students with disabilities at least request from us. And then what is important is that students must declare their disabilities. The university recognizes various types of disabilities as per the categories. You'll know that we have a program director, physical disabilities, and we have sensory disabilities, we have learning disabilities, psychological disabilities, but also students that are taking chronic medication, they also fall within that division of disabilities. So such students come through to ARCSWID and request extended time, but also students that have qualified for Nsfas or do not qualify for Nsfas, for instance, the university makes provision for fee reduction scheme, which pays up to 80% of their modules within an academic year. So as ARCSWID, we facilitate that by making provisions of the forms which students complete, and therefore we process such. There's also sign language interpretation services, and I know students, our students that are deaf and hard of hearing really enjoy this service, because when they have to meet with the academic staff or lecturers, or if they need to have some kind of engagement, even examination time, because they're oral examination. Therefore, they contact the ARCSWID division, and therefore make arrangement, for sign language interpretation. ORM is very important, particularly for blind and visually impaired students. So we, as ARCSWID, make sure and make arrangements that students, gain their independence when they graduate to university by orientating them across campus. Also regional campuses. accessible technologies and accessible material, and this there has to do with the computer labs that are across the regions. To quickly align this to this, that students with that are on Nsfas, for instance, program director, they sometimes receive, maybe not say sometimes, because the leadership was talking earlier about the problems with Nsfas. So students that are on Nsfas that receive their either allowances late and that do not get support effectively, then they literally can then use the computer labs, which have got the softwares, assistive softwares, in terms of studying and also submitting their assignments. So point number 2 is that there's a disability-specific academic guidance. Through orientation, new students and returning students are afforded opportunity to attend such programs where we invite departments that are within the student walk to provide information, pertinent information about the students' learning journey within the university. So we attend the institutional orientation program, but as ARCSWID also organize focus orientation programs that targets specific disabilities. You will find that visually impaired students will invite them in, and therefore and then they can able to attend and able to know that as a blind student, I can able to access these kind of services. And then there's academic skills workshops. We are good. We established a very good relationship and friendship with the departments or divisions like my Unisa, and therefore we are able to take students through the learning management system and then make it at least easy for students to able to study, regardless whether they're using Nsfas or they paying from their own pocket. And then the issue of disability policies and guidelines. We are responsible for those, and therefore our policies, we are currently reviewing policies, and also we have guidelines that we'll be introducing shortly that will be supporting students across the board with disabilities. And therefore we also have a mentorship program that we are still crafting, and we want to see it happening, in fact, towards the end of the year, beginning of 2026. So in terms of referral, as ARCSWID, as I cited earlier, the university adopted the inclusive education. So we work very closely with DCCD, which has to do with counseling, academic and personal personal counseling. So in light of this, when students have got this particular need, we know that we are referring to DCCD. We've got colleagues in regions that are providing such support. DSFS, they are also our best friend in terms of bursaries, scholarship, and financial assistance. So students with disabilities are often referred and supported accordingly. As you could know, that many the Nsfas that focus on students with disabilities are also administered with students within student funding. Therefore, we are playing a very important role in providing forms and providing advice and guidance and refer our students to DSF. Library days.
As you are summarizing that in Numalo.
Yes. I try to run, the program director, please bear with me. I'm trying to run, so I'll finish quickly. Maybe let me skip the referral, because I think the last slide from me, which is this one of partnership, it also sort of reiterates the referral, that these are the partners, academic colleges, our partners. We always interface with them about training that we provide to lecturers on how they can support students with disabilities, but also we are called in to advise on pedagogies, that are inclusive in nature. So we're able to provide inputs to the colleges, supporting departments that are already cited that we work with. I think I must just touch on the last items, which is external partners. We work with external disability organizations, wherein we refer students, particular students that have just acquired the disabilities, that are probably not ready, that probably do not have the skill of daily living, or have really not been be comfortable with the disability that they've acquired, we then refer them to external organizations that are able to support them. I think let me then end here. Ntate Malachi, thank you for your indulgence. But if you could permit me, I've got Mayor Ndlovu Vukati, if she wishes to add anything. This is the slide she provided. Mayor Ndlovu, if you wish to add anything, I was rushing honestly on this. Yes.
Maybe let me give a minute just to summarize, because yeah, we are really running behind time, but also I think some of the information can be shared also on the chat. But yeah, let me permit a minute. Thank you.
Thank you for your chat. Mayor Kajeni?
Thank you very much, Mr. Malaji. I'm not going to take much time because Mr. Numalo have already alluded on the information. The only thing that I have to add to support our students with disability is a prescribed book. When they registered and then they need the prescribed book, we liaise with the publishers where we request the prescribed book for the student, but we request the student to complete a form so that we can submit to the publishers and then they send us the books. But the only thing that we want, that forms is, we request the student not to share with other students, as they have to declare that they are not going to share with another one. Another thing, we liaise with, after their graduation, we liaise with a department of, graduation department, so that they can do necessary arrangements for the student. And then again, we liaise with the lecturers to accommodate the student who miss the due date because of sickness, so that they can give an extension to write the assignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues from ARCSWID. We appreciate the information that you have shared with us in relation to the services that you offer from ARCSWID, but also the mechanism that you have in place to support our students. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's give them a round of applause. While we are moving to our next presentation, colleagues, we are going to have a presentation from our regional directors. They will touch on the presentation, will outline the services offered in regions, and they will outline of the academic literacy available to Nsfas students, the importance of academic literacy in student success. So without wasting time, colleagues, and I must just say, colleagues, we are pressed when it comes to time. I'm pleading to say each of you is given a maximum of 5 minutes. If you are able to do a presentation in less than 5 minutes, it would really be appreciated. So I'll start with the Regional Director of Gauteng, Dr. E. Naude, to take over. Over to you. The Regional Director of Gauteng. If she's not, we'll have to skip to Midlands. Member Pape, are you ready?
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to our students. Thanks for the opportunity, Chairperson. I just rejoined, so I'm going to try and share my presentation. We'll try to keep it to 5 minutes. Am I sharing? Doesn't look like that.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, apologize for this. Okay, I think it's sharing, right?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, good morning again, colleagues, and thanks, Chairperson. Thanks to the Executive Director, Prof. Maganu, for arranging this, and I missed most part of this because I was elsewhere, but I'm going to quickly share with our students the kind of support services that we have in Midlands region. And let me do this so that we don't. So Midlands region covers the 3 provinces of the country, and that is the Northwest, the Free State, as well as the Northern Cape. And in these 3 provinces, we have 6 regional service centers, We have 3 in the Northwest, which is Mafikeng, Rustenburg, as well as Potchefstroom. And we also have 2 in the Free State, Kroonstad and Bloemfontein. And then we have 1 in the Northern Cape, which is Kimberley. And as most of us may know, 80% of our region is rural, and most of our students stay far from our regional service centers, and they tend to travel long distances to access our RSCs. At this point, I just want to also indicate that there are periods during the year where we do what we call mobile student support services, which means we go to places where our students are living, and we meet them closer to their homes. We work together with our partners such as TVET colleges, public libraries, to utilize their facilities and serve our students closer to their homes. And in that, also one of the things that we want to highlight is that some of our areas have poor connectivity, and this is why we tend to collaborate with other partners to ensure that our students have access to internet connectivity. And I want to also indicate that out of the 38,669 registered students in our region, 19,903. In fact, today I just saw that it's 20,168 of our students are Nsfas students. So this indicates that more than 50% of the registered students in our region are Nsfas funded students. And therefore, we offer similar services across the board for all cohorts of students. Because of some institutional dynamics, we are not able to come up with a project specifically for Nsfas funded students. So the support that we offer to our students is uniform across the board for all students that are registered in the region. And as we may know, regions were created to basically bridge the gap between the university and the students and to offer decentralized services. We call ourselves student support centers, and we support the academic project by offering various types of student support and co-curricular services to make sure that our students' learning experience is improved and to contribute towards their academic success. And as I said, we do not have Nsfas customized or Nsfas funded students customized student support services, but all services that we offer are suitable for all cohorts of students in the university. And of course, there is a role that students play in the academic journey. And I'm saying this because sometime last year, after we received some feedback about the pass rates of Nsfas funded students, we tried to come up with an intervention for Nsfas funded students, and we in certain cases we struggled because of low participation rates. But at this point, I just want to remind our students of their role in their academic journey. We really encourage students to be active in their studies, and as Mr. Numalo mentioned, to develop their sense of their independence so that they can succeed, because the type of institution that we are requires our students to acquire certain traits, acquire certain skills, and acquire certain internal and external resources so that and coping strategies so that they can succeed in their studies. I just wanted to highlight that to our students. And then what kind of support services do we offer as the Midlands region? Like all other regions, we offer student support throughout the student walk. So before a student applies, there will be some support that comes or that they receive from colleagues from student administration and funding services and counseling and career development services. And this support ranges from the choice of qualification, careers, counseling and career guidance, pre-orientations, pre-registrations orientations, and etc. So we offer student support mainly to help them to choose the right qualifications, and come application times as well, we assist them in their application process. Sometimes our students come with limited digital skills, and so we help them to apply online. We give them computers in our computer laboratories, or sometimes, as I said, we go closer to them and help them apply so that they can access higher education in accordance to the social mandate of the university. And then during the registration phase, again, we offer them support. We are currently in the registration phase. We offer all our students support, either online or face-to-face. We also go to them closer to their homes so that we can support them in areas where they are struggling with registration. And let me just go back to the area of applications and say to the students that are Nsfas funded, that are here, that are registered for higher certificates, maybe just to remind you that come application time for next year, you are encouraged to make time to contact us if you need support, for instance, with the choice of careers, the choice of qualifications, and we will support you with that, but also with applications. As you know, you do need to apply so that you can be admitted to the next qualification. And then when we go to the teaching and learning phase after you have registered, of course, we'll also help you with study material distribution. We have 2 distribution sites. One is in Rustenburg and the other one is in Mafikeng. So at these places, we have counters where we offer students support with their study material. And we sometimes also go far away to places outside the RSCs to help students, like in Vryburg, Swartrenegge, and at other places outside our areas, for students who are not able to drive and come to campus.
Hi,
or
how
to
are
take
you?
a taxi and come to campus to
I'm
collect their
okay.
study
Is it
materials.
possible to speak to people
And
like the part?
then
Colleagues, can we kindly move? And maybe Papa, as we are also concluding from your side.
Okay, yes, let's conclude. Then during the teaching and learning phase, of course, we offer support such as career counseling in case students are struggling with adjustment. And even before we start the teaching and learning phase, there's post-registration orientation. We do participate in the institutional one. We also host a variety of co-curricular support interventions to assist our students with time management, examination preparation, digital skills. We train our students on the use of proctoring tools. We train students on the use of on how to use my Unisa generally, and access to library services. Of course, if you want to borrow a book, you can borrow a book from our libraries. We also have partnerships with public libraries that are closer to our students. So if you can't get a book in Rustenburg or Pretoria, it will get couriered to your nearest library, and then you will access, you'll be able to get it closer to home. And of course, we offer students support with ACALIT, that is academic reading and writing support for both quantitative students that are registered for subjects or qualifications that are numeric in nature, as well as for the normal reading and writing or language specific reading and writing support. But we also offer research academic support. And we also offer, as I said, technology support. Most of our students come, some of our students come in with limited digital skills, and so we train them on that, and we help them around to know our platforms, to understand the learning management system, to know where to submit their assignments, and proctoring tools, as I said, etc., etc. Because of time constraints, I'm going to end here, and just to share some information about where we are. Perhaps you can take a screenshot of this. We prefer that you communicate with us through emails, and because telephones tend to have challenges. So if you send an email, there's a proper way that we check them, and we make sure that they are attended to throughout the RSCs. We have committed to 24-hour turnaround period in terms of the inquiry management in our region. And we wish you well in your studies. We want to just let you know that we are available. If you need support, reach out to us. We will support you. If you cannot find us online, you are welcome to walk to any of our centers. We will support you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member Pape. Round of applause while you are moving to Dr. Mlepo. Dr. Mlepo, over to you. Is Dr. Mlepo in the house? Maybe while he's still preparing, can we skip to Dr. Mayeza from KZN? KZN Regional Director. Mr. Richard, do we have them in the platform?
I'm checking now, Chair.
Okay, thank you. While we are going to skip also. We are skipping to Eastern Cape. Dr. Moloja, are you ready for us?
Yes, Chair, good morning. Just give me a second to share my presentation.
Thank you.
Is it showing on your side?
Yes, it is. You can put it on a presentation mode.
Thank you. I just want to greet everybody, the management of the university present in this platform, the students, and let me observe all the protocols. I am just going to briefly speak about the services that we offer in the Eastern Cape region, but I must just say upfront that what Ms. Mopapi has shared might also be coming in here. This is the Eastern Cape region. We have 3 offices, Port Elizabeth, East London, and then Mthatha. So we serve students across the province. We have different services that serve students across all the phases of the student walk, from the time the students come to us until they graduate. I'm just going to briefly speak about each service. Student administration, from the time prospective students apply, even existing students that would want to change qualifications, from that time of application, until registration, until you are fully registered, that's where the student administration assists. Student funding queries, also they address them in terms of guiding students on the different funding available, those that are funded by Nsfas, like yourselves. You might have queries. So when you come to us, we have colleagues that will guide you, that will respond to your queries. If they can't, then they escalate the queries to the office of the student funding. Study materials, those that have opted to collect study materials, hard copy study materials from our offices, we offer those services. And I must say, with study materials, we know that we have students all over. When we see that we have material and the students have not been coming, despite the fact that we are communicating with them via SMS to remind them, when we see that, for example, in Butterworth, we have 20 students, then we arrange with those students, we take the material to them just to make it easier for them. We also have counseling services that assist you from the stage of application as well, because they assist you with career choices, subject choices. When you register, they are there to assist you through the teaching and learning phase. They are there to assist you, be it your personal counseling matters. When you have emotional issues, they will assist you with different kinds of personal issues that you might have that needs the qualified student counselors. Academic counseling in terms of study skills, time management workshops, the colleagues are there to assist you. They also know that we are preparing students for the world of work. So they do employability workshops, assisting students with interviewing skills. They also have programs like your young professional seminars. We also host career fairs, whereby we work together with external stakeholders so that students can see what kind of careers they can choose, those that are still coming in and those that are in the university already. Then they see how will their careers translate into once they complete and join the world of work. Personal development, we have workshops that deals with emotional intelligence, how to be assertive and how to be resilient as a student. And we also have tutorial support. This one is we focusing on selected at-risk modules. We have qualified tutors and they are appointed by your module lecturers. They submit lesson plans that are approved by your module lecturers, and we currently offer the services on MS Teams. The sessions are recorded to ensure that those students that are not in the class can, at a later stage, listen to the recording. Academic literacy support, we offer this support in 3 different legs. The first one, we focus on quantitative literacy just to help you with the numeracy related content, academic writing services, and then we also have research support for postgraduate students. We targeting students that are also doing final year or modules with, qualifications with the research modules. Your postgraduate diploma students, honors, masters, and doctoral students, we have qualified facilitators that offer the services. And we know with academic literacies, you need to also grasp the jargon in your discipline, the genre in your discipline. So they will be assisting you so that you understand, because with this service, it helps you now to unpack the content of your module. An assignment, you need to understand what the question entails, unpack it so that you are able to reproduce a content in an academic manner. So currently in the Eastern Cape, these are what we are focusing on in terms of academic literacies, different modules per college there. We assisting students in those modules, and I must say the attendance is very encouraging. And these are the other modules where we're focusing on academic reading and writing in the 3 colleges. We also have library services that assist you with your lending services, library trainings, research support, where you go to the librarians and ask them, this is my topic, how do I do the searches? And they can also assist you there. We also have computers with internet in the library that you can use to also go on my Unisa. We also have study space in the library. In graduations, we host graduation ceremonies in our region, and we also during these ceremonies work together with the graduations team where students can come and collect their graduation certificates. Technology support, we have computer labs in our 3 offices where students can go in and use the computers that are connected to the internet for study purposes. Students who come on campus with their own devices, they can connect to the free Wi-Fi for their study purposes. We also have the smart board facilities whereby lecturers will host sessions with students that cannot connect wherever they are. They can come on campus, we connect them through those sessions. We also have digital literacy trainings that are offered by the digital learning advisors, just to assist students to know how to activate my Unisa, how to access it, and how to navigate the my Unisa platform. Office 365, they assist you. They can also assist with the installation thereof. We know that our students come from different contexts, background, as Ms. Popape has alluded. Some of them do not know how to use a computer. So we train them in the basics of computer skills. Signature modules, we show them on the how part, because some students, they do not fail because of the content, but they fail because of the instructions that they do not follow. So we assist them. Online exams, we also guide students on how to access what is expected of them, different proctoring tools, how to use them properly so that they can submit their assignments successfully. We also work closely with our ARCSWID unit to service students with disabilities. We have computers, very limited computers for those students in our region, where students can come and use those computers. And students with disabilities who come to us or who direct their queries to us, we assist them. Where we cannot, we reroute those emails to the relevant departments. We have study space during exam time. We have overnight study space where students can cross night and just study. We also support students with student orientations where we provide information. Additionally, we also go to our rural areas far from our centers. We use the digital access centers. Currently, we have one in Lusikisiki, Sterkspruit, and Tanzania, where we go as a team of colleagues from different units just to give information. we can also bring study material for those that are in those areas. We alert them before we go, so that when we are there, they are able to collect their study material. As we do this at different phases, like at the beginning of the registration. I mean, just during the registration or just after the registration closes, we arrange to visit students, and we also take our services to students that are in correctional centers, like your library. The library will go into a training on how to access the e-resources. The colleagues from the registration unit will also go just for support. Colleagues in the academic support units also do go and give some students the support that they will need. And
thanks, Dr. Moloja.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, colleagues. We are really pressed. I'm trying to build in, and I think most of you are going beyond even 10 minutes. Just a reminder to say each of you is allocated 10 minutes, colleagues. Let's go back and check the regional Gauteng directive. She's available. Dr. Nauda, are you available? Okay. Northeastern, Dr. Mlepo, are you in the platform?
Colleagues, I've just joined now. I'm on the road. There was no network in that street. I've asked our colleague Mr. Mgaga to join shortly. I'm lining with him.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Mlepo. We'll put her at the bottom. Let's move to Western Cape.
The Western Cape's ready, Chair.
Thank you. You can take us through your presentation.
Yes, I'll just upload my presentation quickly. Right, Mr. Chair, I just wish to get the go-ahead that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Thank you.
Right, I'm just putting my timer for about 6 minutes, just so that I don't go over time, Chair. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I can start.
Thanks.
Good day, students. Good day, all the Unisa, my Unisa colleagues. My name is Jacques de Toy, and I will be presenting on behalf of our regional director, Mr. Motali Nkwa. Right, so let us start at the very beginning. I think it's always a very good place to start. The Western Cape is situated in southwestern parts of the country, and I know that as a university student, first year, second year, third year, each of these stages will immerse you into new knowledge. And I think for a lot of us, it will be new, and therefore one always need to go back and find what is it that we want to know. I usually, when I speak to my first year students, I would say, in the beginning, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, but that is how it is at all the universities. And open distance learning provides its own challenges, but also its own opportunities. What are students assessed on? Before I get to the learner support services, I want students to understand that what we do in our everyday lives is connected to our basic interpersonal communication skills. But when we study at university, whether we're doing assignments or presentations, or whether we are going to foray into a specific field by means of student support and co-curricular activities, we are going to be tested on something different, and that is our cognitive academic language proficiency. And all the regions in South Africa are trying to make students aware that the importance of acquiring the cognitive academic language proficiency. As a law student, you need to be well versed with specialized terminology. As a student in human science or education, there's specific jargon and specific traditions and conventions linked to the discipline. And I think that what we need to understand is that when support's offered in the regions, that we need to respect the academic rigor of the institution, and as well as be able to read and write in the most effective way. The Western Cape is part of about 6 regions in South Africa, and we all offer regional support services. In the Western Cape, we serve students from Cape Town to Beaufort West to Nyasa and Plettenberg Bay, and also to students along the West Coast. So it's about 6 hours drive, and we do that as part of community learning. So all the services offered in the Western Cape will be linked to our teaching and learning endeavours. As part of our Unisa student walk, students get immersed into different types of, the needs that the institution wants. So we offer student administration services, study material, there's counselling, there's coaching and mentoring, micro lessons, work integrated learning. We work very closely with the regional SRC. There's also a reading and writing centre for students to bring the assignments to us for us to read, whether it's adhering to the conventions of the cognitive academic language proficiency that the lecturer wants. We also do service learning to give students a real life experience on what it is to be a teacher or what it is to be an engineer. Aside from that, we also offer library services and study spaces for students, as well as computer access and computer training on Microsoft 365 for students, just to be able to type the assignments and to present it technically in a way that the lecturer is happy with. Aside from that, we also got a counselling department. The counselling department is also about managing your studies and finding jobs. They work on CV writing, career portfolios, personal development, self-confidence, loss and grief. They're also there to forecast and plan your career, as well as to assist you in managing your studies. Besides that, we also got wonderful resources. So even if you can't attend a session, you can download some materials and some videos on what it is to do informational interviews in organizations, how to compile a study plan, how to study, how to manage your studies challenges, as well as how to improve your self-confidence. The library services nowadays offer a variety of services. They offer in-person services as well as hybrid services. And it's all about lending services and client training. So they train students in the Western Cape, both in person as well as online, on referencing, as well as how to use the databases, whether they are a law student, whether they are a student in humanities, or whether they're in agriculture or science, engineering, technology. We also do a lot of outreach to correctional services as well as partner libraries. And then we also have dedicated computers and short lending services where students who can't afford the textbooks can make use of these services within the library. This is a schedule of library training. Aside from that, we also got a writing centre. So that is for students in first year, second year, third year and fourth year that wish to sit down with us on how to construct an academic assignment, how to write motivational letters for funding. So it's there to make students much more confident writers within this whole academic journey of them. Or I should rather say of theirs. The Numeracy Centre focus much on your accounting skills and the numbers linked to your discipline. So that is your auditing, your accounting, that is your mathematics, engineering mathematics, as well as financial and management accounting, as I've indicated. The postgraduate support is there for honours, for masters and for doctoral students that wants to do a research proposal, or they are busy with the chapter 1, 2 or 3, and we offer workshops as well as consultations, as well as postgraduate writer circles. So this is just an overview of the skills-based support and the workshops and the one-on-one consultations. All these services offered by Unisa in the Western Cape, regardless of the unit that presented is, it's totally free, and we don't charge students for any services. So part of that is also to get students on a very high level in terms of, the digital learning and the digital support. For that, we offer My Unisa and My Life training. There's also videos available. We also offer basic computer literacies, how to use Microsoft Word, the basics, as well as how to use it for longer text. We also offer Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Excel, and Office 365. There's also, if you go to the student area, close to our regional SRC office, there's quiet study spaces available. Let me just cancel this. Chair, I'm a little bit out of time there, so I'm just going to take about 30 seconds. But There is also a study space available with uncapped Wi-Fi for students and a quiet space for them to study and to discuss as well. This is very close to our regional SRC offices. There's also plugs for them. We also got the regional learning support portal where they can access all our recordings of our sessions, whether it's the lecturers' notes or our learning facilitators' notes. And they can click on the My Module site and go to Western Cape region also to find a whole list of the offerings that's being offered to them. And with that, I conclude my presentation, Mr. Chair. The students are most welcome to contact us. Let me just go back to the very first slide where they will get our contact details. They can contact us at ctntut@unisa.ac.za. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ditwit. Colleagues, we are moving now back to KZN. Dr. Mieza, are you in the platform?
Yes, Chair, Mr. Lutuli is going to present. I think Mr. Wright has given him the presentation rights.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lutuli, you have 5 minutes. You can also do your timer from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I hope you can hear me, and good morning to colleagues. For the sake of time, Chair, we are not going to waste a lot of time because most of the regions that they've presented, they are covering the same services that we offer in our region. So I want to explain to our students that we've got our offices in Durban, which is our hub, Pietermaritzburg Service Center, Newcastle, and Service Center and Richards Bay. The region is busy now in the process of finalizing to reopen the South Coast office, which will be in Potchefstroom. So all these offices, we do offer the library services, the student counseling, the administration for all your curriculum advice and your registration. We do have computer labs in all of these offices. So all of our offices in KZN, all 4, they do have student funding staff which are on a fixed term appointments, but they do assist in solving the problems with our students and all their needs, working hand in hand with our DSF in head office. During registration, colleagues, we do have the support from national office, from the office of Dr. Mabuza and Mr. Mapena. They do provide staff to come and assist students to avoid the issue of students getting delayed in registration, because if their registration is not processed on time, that makes it a problem for them to get their study material. 3 offices, we do have over-the-counter collection so that it will be quicker for students while they are downloading their material. But if they prefer to have a hard copy, we do have over-the-counter collection in Durban, Pietermaritzburg, and Richards Bay. We are busy finalizing for the new year for the Newcastle office. The study collection will be available even in Newcastle. So I think for the sake of time, Program Director, because I can see we are pressed of time, but I think let me stop there for the KZN and apologize for Dr. Mieza. He's busy engaged in another meetings, but he had to come and arrange for us to be given sharing rights. But thank you so much. I think we can stop on that, Program Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lituli. You are a star. You actually were less than you took less than 5 minutes. Thank you. We are moving to Northeastern. Are we ready now? Northeastern. Dr. Mlap indicated that he's driving, but there's a representative from the Northeastern.
Chair, I've been informed that Ms. Vermeulen must leave will be doing the presentation. I'm not sure if she's on the platform. If she's on the platform, I think she can, in the meantime, display the presentation. But quite a number of services that have been mentioned by other colleagues from other regions we provide. I think the update that I can provide for now is that our Makhado office has been under renovation and the furniture has now been delivered. It is at an advanced stage. So our students from Makhado side must check with us so that they can be informed. They will be informed, of course, as soon as the center is open. But over and above the services that we have mentioned, we also have a recording studio in our Polokwane office. So if there are students who have got projects that need proper recording, please let them contact us so that they can record their project there for submission. But we also support students who are having entrepreneurial ideas to record on the studio to also use that studio. I thank you very much. But in terms of our offices, we are in Polokwane, Kiane, Nelspruit, Makhado I've mentioned, as well as Midlands. So our students are encouraged to visit those centers. And the library, we only have the library in Polokwane and Nelspruit. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepa. Now we are moving to Gauteng. You have, because I got information that there's a representative from Gauteng, but it won't be Dr. Naud. Is the representative available to give us a presentation? And if not, colleagues, will move because I think I can confirm that the services that are offered in the regions, it is proven that indeed they are uniform. All regions, they offer almost the same the same services. So without wasting time, colleagues, the next item on the agenda is question and answers. So Dr. Chetty, I'll need you to assist me. I've went through the chat. I've noted that Mebo Papa, you have been responding to questions that were raised on the chat, but also I want to encourage other colleagues to do the same. So I know also I don't have access to YouTube. Dr. Chetty will come in and assist us with those questions, but there are some that I also noted. There's one who said in the Midlands to say, where in Kimberley are Nsfas office based? Where in Kimberley? So Papa, you'll come into that. You used to offer support services at NYDA, but as of 2024, you no longer offer those services. You'll also assist us there. There was also one, Dr. Mlepa, which was speaking to Northeastern regional offices or centers to say the student says they are unable to get hold of the officials on calls. Is there other method that they can use? Because on calls they're unable to get hold of them. Is there other method they can use to get hold of colleagues? Yeah, maybe I'll stop there. You can come in, Dr. Mlepa.
Chairperson, is that the Northeastern?
No, we are responding. Dr. Mlepa present on behalf of Northeastern. So now it's
Chairperson, I think the email address can be used. Each office has got an email address that is named after that office. For an example, Polokwane@unisa.ac.za, Kiani @unisa.za, Midlands @unisa, Makhado @unisa. All those email addresses are useful, so they can actually get hold of us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepa. I saw Masloma is here. Maybe Masloma can assist us in writing those emails in the chat. Colleagues,
noted, sir. I'll do that.
Thanks. Colleagues who wants to respond before I hand over to Dr. Chetty? Mebu Papa, are you still in the house?
Yes, ma'am. I can't see the chats for some reason, but I remember there's a question that is asked about where the office is in Kimberley. I'm going to post that part of the presentation that has got the details. And when it comes to student funding, we are utilizing services of colleagues who are based in Rustenburg, 2 colleagues who are serving the whole region. So once I post that information on the chat, the students are encouraged to send emails to those office email addresses, and we will attend to that within 24 hours. Is there another question for me?
Yes, I think, but any of the regional directors can write this one. There's a student who asked to say, how can I get assistant with writing and reading skills?
Reading and writing. Okay, I saw that as well. I was about to respond to that. I'll share information for one of the colleagues in the facilitation of learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Mabupape. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Chati to take us through the questions, but also to say this is the last time you hear from me. I'll hand over after Dr. Chati. Mr. K. Chauke will take over. Dr. Chati, over to you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks for an excellent session as well. I think I'll hand over to Richard. Richard Wright is fulfilling the questions from the chat. So Richard, please continue, Richard.
Okay, so I copied in the questions from the chat. Mostly is related, I think for the latest session, we'll reserve them when we do the Nsfas specific challenges they face. But mostly is to do with, is there any travel assistance when students need to go visit regional centers? Is there something in place where the regions can assist with travel, or do they come and visit them in the respective areas? I think Jock already touched on that, and Midlands, where they actually identify student groups where they are clusters and they try and contact them and reach out to them. So please, when Unisa does phone you for assistance, please respond to them, because they really do the effort to go to you in different areas to give you the support that you need. But thanks, Chair.
Thanks so much, Richard. I saw one more question that came out, physical classes. How do students get to know what physical classes are happening in the regions? Any of our regional directors or regional representatives can answer that. How do we communicate to students what's happening in the regions in terms of physical classes? Any of the regions can comment? Jacques, if you don't mind, Cape Town, West Cape. Oh, yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of the physical classes, students should be aware that since COVID, we have moved to MS Teams sessions. Currently, if lecturers are coming, they would communicate with us in the regions to say that they are coming. Besides the announcements that they put on the MyUnisa page, we also would put on our notice boards and our regional Facebook pages, and we will also send SMSs to students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jacques, you want to add anything?
Yes, yes, I just want to say for the Western Cape students, our mentoring and coaching classes that is in person, they can just click on the event scheduler that will be under the Western Cape pane of the MyUnisa. We also got visual arts for those students enrolled. They work with a facilitator within the region as well as the academic departments. We also got study groups and events that's happening. They must check their MyLife email account as well as the SMSs. And then the postgraduate writer circles, the honors degree and the master's and the doctoral degree students, they will also have sessions that is taking place in a blended mode. So it's partly online and partly in person. But for certain modules, for example, your English 1 and your micro lessons, some students indicated that they want to work with a specialist, and that is where we also have some in-person sessions for that. But it's all on our event schedule in the Western Cape. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacques. Okay, so colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next part, and I'm going to invite my colleague. Oh, wait, I see Ms. Tavisa. Do you want to respond?
Yes, Dr. Chetty, and good afternoon, everyone. So Dr. Chetty, I see there's a whole lot of comments regarding data, the mobile data, yes, that is not enough for students. And we keep getting these comments from all various engagements, right? And we can confirm that colleagues, the university, or rather the ICT portfolio, is looking for a more financially sustainable model, because the current model of provisioning data is not viable. It's also not financially sustainable. And we know that the students can't really carry their scholarly activities with the 10 gigs of data. And we have already explored an option to look at whether we can swap the 20 gigs that we get at night, which is called a night owl, and we get it in a day rather, and that does escalate the cost. The university has already declared that this model of providing data is not sustainable for the university. Hence, the ICT portfolio is then looking for another model, colleagues. So, and we also note that some comments are suggesting that we increase the data. So if we do that, it escalates the costs even more. If you look at the package that we are getting, the 30 gigs of data that we get during the day, that night owl, which is 20 gigs, which some students don't use, it's kind of a benefit for us when you look at what we pay as an institution and when you look at the rate of the data that we get in the market. So I just wanted to confirm, Dr. Chetty, that I have also consolidated these comments. I will share with our executive and our VP, but I just wanted to share that we're aware of the challenges and the ICT portfolio is looking for a different model of providing data in future. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Visa, for that, and also for picking up that conversation. It seems to be a dominant thread across the chats, and we appreciate the fact that ICT has already taken notice of this, and also picking up a potential change or revision in the strategy as well. So thank you for letting the students do that, and also conscientizing on the different dynamics that are part of that transition. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, students, it's now my pleasure to invite our next program director, and this is Mr. Chauke, who's going to take us through for the rest of the day. And Mr. Chauke, please, the platform is now all yours for the rest of the day, and Richard will assist with the questions on the chat as well. Thanks, Mr. Chauke.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty, and greetings, colleagues. I want to appreciate the colleagues who had taken over this role before, Dr. Chetty and Mr. Malaji, who had been driving us with necessary speed, but also with balance to ensure that we don't move out of the way as we are trying to reach where we are going, colleagues and students. Thank you so much for your participation and the engagements. We hope that you will participate further as we go down to the things that colleagues might need or students might need to have answers on. Colleagues, we will now go to the DCCD, which will outline the support and also the support that is present for Nsfas funded students, and also the discussion on the integration of the service of these services into the overall student framework. I see there is a presentation already. You can go ahead, colleagues.
Thank you,
Afternoon, colleagues.
and sorry. Yes, so my name is Lisa Daisel, and with me I've got my colleague Dr. Chipiwa Kurisang. And although a lot of our regional colleagues have shared information about the counselling and career development support available at Unisa, we just want to re-emphasise some of the services that are available. Thank you, Chipiwa.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, colleagues. Afternoon to our esteemed guests who are our Unisa students. I think we will start with the common student challenges, which also include Nsfas funded students. It's about career and related study planning, also stress and anxiety, adjusting to academic pressures, balancing studies with other responsibilities, feelings of isolation or not fitting in. You would agree with me that if you are experiencing these challenges, it would affect on your studies, which could also affect your funding. So one of the things at the DCCD is to support you to manage these issues so that you can continue to be funded. You need to understand that the counseling services we offer is confidential. It's also in a very supportive environment. I must also emphasize that all our staff members are registered with the Health Profession Council, and therefore they are obliged to adhere to the guidelines of confidentiality. What we discuss with you, we don't share with any person, or it's not even recorded in the student system. That is one thing that is very important. And when talking about that, I would encourage our students to reach out to seek for support, because most of the time we find Nsfas students only reach out to say, no, I've been excluded and I had problems, please write me a letter. Unfortunately, due to the POPI Act, also with regard to the issue of integrity, we can't write you a letter if you have not been consulting. You might have been going through genuine issues, but you need to be involved in the process so that the counselor can either refer you outside or even feel confident enough that they can motivate that you deserve to be refunded or to continue to be funded even though you have not been performing well. We also help you with strategies for stress management and emotional resilience. Improvement in study and time management skills. We do appreciate that most of our Unisa students, they are not only focused on their studies, they also deal with other issues, and sometimes managing or balancing time with other responsibilities, it could be challenges, and normally your studies suffer, and in retrospect, then it impact on the funding. Also, it's important to understand that we are emotional beings, so part of our services is to help you enhance self-awareness and emotional intelligence, which is very important on how you negotiate support at home, but also how you negotiate relationships, even with your lecturers or with the university in general. We also create a safe space to discuss challenges affecting your studies. This is very important because we live in a society, we live in a day-to-day where we experience challenges, and the issues of mental health are quite pivotal, and they also impact on our studies. So our role is to create a space where you can discuss all challenges that impacts on you. So we look at you holistically, not only as a Unisa student. We also understand that it's normal to feel hesitant or unsure, and we also understand that, you know, when we provide this counseling, we need to provide it in a way that is non-judgmental. And you also need to understand, I would want to encourage you that seeking help shows strength and courage and self-awareness. It doesn't mean you are weak or you are not strong enough or you are not smart enough. And also you need to understand, as you are studying or in your journey of your career, ongoing guidance throughout your journey, it's something that we need to embrace as human beings. It's important to understand that you are offered counseling services that is free and confidential. As I mentioned earlier on, it's also provided by professional psychologists that are also registered with the Health Profession Council. As my colleagues have shared in the regions, these are some of the workshops we offer as well. I would not want to repeat through that, starting from academic workshops to personal development. You can find this information also on our website. My colleague Lisa will take you through the last part. I thank you.
Thank you. Our colleague from the Western Cape also highlighted all the self-help resources that are available on our website. So we would really encourage you to take a few minutes and just explore all the different career, academic and personal development resources. These take the form of documents. It could be audio recordings as well as video recordings. So our website is unisa.ac.za/counselling. And then to subscribe to our YouTube channel would also help you to access recordings. Again, these recordings are from workshops or presentations or seminars that we have online that we then record and make available on our YouTube channel. So if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you'll also be able to be updated about new recordings that might be available. Then reaching out to us, we encourage you to send an email. Our email address is counselling@unisa.ac.za. You are also able to make online appointments on Microsoft Teams. So there's a shortcut that you can use on the screen. You can also, as you've heard from our colleagues, contact a counsellor at a regional office if you would prefer to make an appointment for counselling in person. In addition to the professional counsellors that my colleague mentioned, we also run a student mentor program, and the aim of the program is to provide peer support to other students. So, for example, we annually recruit students who are senior students who can then be trained to support their fellow students. So the student mentors can also be reached through the contact details that I've provided. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for that level of presentation. If you can also drop the contact details on the chat so that the students can be able to recap and access your services. So students, do we have any questions? If we have, may we kindly type on the chat. Mr. Richard Wright, do we have any questions that were noted on the chat so far on this discussion?
Let me quickly just have a look, especially on the YouTube as well. No, most of it is to do still with the Nsfas ones that we will highlight later. But nothing specifically for counselling.
All right. No, thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I think the students will use the opportunity to engage the DCCD privately, as obviously they deal with confidential matters. So we'll then move, colleagues, to the next session, which will be the presentation by the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. And then we'll give 5 minutes to each directorate or unit, and we'll start the work with the Directorate Instructional Support Services, this led by Dr. Mahato Kuno. If there is anyone representing this, please go ahead. Do we have anyone from this in this platform that is supposed to present? If we don't have these, colleagues, we will then move to SRU. Ms. Nas Dawood, are you available?
Yes, I am available.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, respected students. My name is Nasihat Ibrahim Dawood, and I'm a student success practitioner at the Student Retention Unit. Our mission at the SRU is simple yet powerful: to help every student no matter where they are, to succeed in their academic journey. Okay. At the Student Retention Unit, we are a small family under the leadership of Mr. Lakaura Chidi. The SRU is dedicated to helping all students succeed. We do understand that the road ahead may not be easy, but we are here to offer the resources and support that you need to keep moving forward. Now let us talk about the First Year Experience Program, or FYE. Think of the FYE program as a roadmap to help you through your stay at Unisa. The FYE program isn't just about surviving your first year, it's about thriving and laying a solid foundation for your entire academic journey. The First Year Experience Program is one of the most important components of the SRU, and they comprise of a variety of services, resources, support tools to help you gain the edge in your academic journey at Unisa. Today, I will give you a little taster of the most important areas, amongst others, of the FYE program, as you can see on my slide. The FYE website is your one-stop support shop. The website can be accessed from the Unisa homepage or simply type FYE Unisa on Google. Simple, isn't it? To foster inclusivity at the university, the FYE website is available in the 11 official languages and house important support tools and resources. This will all aid your studies, as you can see on the left. Now tell me, how many of you have already visited the FYE site? Let me see those heart reactions if you have visited the FYE site. The FYE is all about making things, and the FYE and the SRU is all about making things simple and easy for our students. On the website, under FYE videos, we have a whole collection of how-to videos. This will assist you from administrative issues, technology, assessments, and motivation to lift your spirit. See, I told you that the FYE website is your one-stop support shop. Now we move on to the FYE 1500 course, something that I like to call a student survival guide and an induction for every student at Unisa. The FYE 1500 course can be accessed via My Modules for all first-time entering students, and it is free of cost. It is 0 credit, but it is by far one of the most important things that you will do as a student at Unisa. I say this because the FYE 1500 covers everything from getting to know my Unisa to understanding the different support services and departments that we have at Unisa. This course is really your entry point as a student, as it guides you to kickstart your journey with us. The Assignment Navigator is a useful tool which adopts a problem solution-based format and comprises of a variety of basic challenges that students like yourself in the past have commonly faced during the assessment period. This will be sent to you via your email, so please keep an eye on your My Life account. Next up, we have Student Success Coaching. Now, this one is for our first generation students and students who come from lower quintile schools.
Sorry,
We
Nas,
do understand that.
can you please
Yes.
summarize? Thank you.
A minute. Okay, so this will be sent to all our first generation students, and if you indicated that you are a first generation student when you applied at Unisa, then our team SRU has so much to offer you. And yes, once again, everything is free, gratis, mahala. Dear students, do you think that Prof. Mahano or Dr. Chetty or anyone here today, any of the presenters here today got to where they are so easily? No, each one of them had their fair share of challenges and difficulties, But the difference is that they did not allow their circumstances to define them. They fought and persevered. And we believe that you are also destined for success. But it starts with a mindset shift. And it starts now. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, Nas. We do appreciate the presentation. Please do share the important information or contacts on the chats. We'll now go to Adolf. Mr. David Tapastat, go ahead, sir. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are well. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know it's been a very busy day, but we've got some very important information to share with you. So I'm David Hopster, part of the ADOF team. We are a strategic DED-funded project. So we are working with technology and how technology can actually help you. So as a Unisa student, the very most important thing you can do is to get onto our site. All our MOOCs are absolutely free, as Prof. Jacobs also already alluded to. So things like getting to use my modules, so that's something you can do right from the get-go. If you haven't experienced this or you know someone that will be coming to Unisa, they can definitely do that one. And number two, the online exams. Yes, we do understand it's a challenge, it's something new. It is different, not necessarily difficult. So we also have a course that takes you through everything you need to know. For the ladies out there, we do have a HerTech series that you can actually join and a community there. So have a look at that MOOC. It's very interesting, very vibrant community. Get to meet other professionals in the field. Then we've also got the AI Masterclass, which we show you how to use AI correctly and the correct way of using it, because as you guys would know, in today's society, you need to know how to use AI, like it or not. We kind of forced. So let's learn how to use it properly. And then, of course, we've got mobile learning, because we do understand a lot of students still use their mobile devices to study. And that's true. So we teach you to maximize your cell phone, your device. So I will post this in the chat, so you can just pop on to adof.unisa.ac.za. The good thing is it uses the same logins as my module. So exactly the same way to log in my modules, exactly the way you can log in with us. But it is an open platform, so you can actually invite anyone really to come create an account free of charge. And they can also access all the other resources that we have, because there's plenty of other courses on there as well. Just to touch a little bit, since I've given 5 minutes, but I'll quickly zoom through this. For STU 100 is your basic skills. So if you didn't go through this or understand exactly how my modules worked in the first semester, go and tackle it, go through it, just to make sure that you haven't missed anything. Module content, prescribed books, where to find the tutorial letters, that type of thing. And of course, the announcements, please make sure you read the announcements, and also how to submit your assignments. Then, as I explained, we do have the exam one, which is critical. So please do work through it. There we take you step by step through multiple choice and home-based exams. How does it work? The proctoring tools, how do I set them up? How do I test it before the exam to make sure that you are ready with the device that you're going to use? And just remember, guys, you don't have to use the device you currently own. You can borrow someone else's device, but please just go and do the practice, the mock exams, to make sure the device is working perfectly. So just take note of that as well. So check out this course. It's definitely going to help you for your exams. As I said, we do have the ladies course, a digital future series. So for the ladies out there, as I said, there's a nice community, professionals, how to manage your online presence. So it's a lot of useful things if you've got the time to actually go and work through this. But of course, go to the regional campuses, because remember, guys, there's free Wi-Fi on campus. So you guys can then don't have to use your own data. You can simply just use the data that's available. And then, of course, the AI, as I did touch on. So how does it work? We give you some nice examples. We show you all the free ones that you can use. And of course, as a Unisa student, you've got Copilot. So that means you've actually got really powerful AI in the tip of your hands that you can actually use. And we really do show you how to use this, but also how to use it correctly, which is critical. As I said, mobile learning, also important skills that you need to know. How to make the most of your phone, how to access it, play around with all those troubleshooting technical elements to really understand how your phone works, and to make sure it's working as good as it possibly can, especially when it's exam time, right? And then, of course, the productivity tools that can also help you with your studies. And well done, Unisa students, you guys are amazing, because to use a small little device like this to do your studies, it's impressive. Then we've got a very interesting, what we call the Model United Nations MOOC training.
As you summarize, David.
That wasn't 5 minutes. I'm timing myself. Okay, so this module, guys, it's also up and it's available. You guys can register. We're going to be kicking it off in August for students who want to understand how this works, and we're linking it to climate change and green technologies. So it's really interesting. So go check this one out if this is something that you might be interested in. So there's our contact details, guys. So please send us an email if you do have any questions. We'll gladly assist you. Back to you, Chair, within 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Thank you for keeping to the 5 minutes. We'll then go straight to DLS, Dr. Mnaring, or a representative. 5 minutes, please. Do we have anyone? Seems like we don't have. Can we move straight to DCDT, Dr. Govender, or any representative of DCDT? Anyone, colleagues?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am here. I'm representing Dr. Governor. Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Petra Kotsia, and I'm here representing the Directorate Curriculum Development and Transformation. Our unit is responsible for assisting academics in the different colleges with the processes involved to develop qualifications that are fully accredited and in compliance with national legislation and professional requirements. Now, naturally, a qualification is made up of modules, and therefore we also assist academics to design and develop modules following a team approach involving various stakeholders and service departments at Unisa. We ensure that support for students is integrated into the learning materials that are offered to you online on the MyUnisa platform. Now, our learning materials are designed to support students throughout their journey by embedding key support mechanisms directly into the content. This approach is anchored in 5 core principles. Firstly, the structured student orientation. Each module opens with a clear orientation, helping students understand the module structure, outcomes, and expectations. This sets the tone for confident, independent learning. Then multimedia and interactivity. To enhance engagement, content includes videos, audio clips, and interactive elements such as quizzes and activities. These promote active learning and accommodate different learning styles. Then there is scaffolded learning, where the materials are organized to build understanding step by step. Guided activities, worked examples, and reflective prompts help students progress from basic to advanced concepts with confidence. Then a responsive curriculum. The content is regularly updated in response to feedback and changing contexts, ensuring it remains relevant, inclusive, and effective in meeting student needs. Then lastly, multilingualism. To support linguistic diversity, key concepts and instructions are offered in multiple languages where possible. Multilingual glossaries and resources foster better understanding and inclusivity. Now what you see on the screen now, this table displayed gives you an overview of the characteristics of student support integrated in online learning materials. The student guide provides an introductory overview of the module environment, including navigation instructions, contact details for support, and guidance on the learning process to help students get started effectively. Then multimedia means incorporating a variety of engaging resources such as videos, podcasts, hands-on practical simulations, and interactive simulations to enhance student engagement and cater to different learning styles. Then the learning structure. It features a well-organized sequence of content, clearly defined learning outcomes, regular checkpoints for progress tracking, and opportunities for reflection to reinforce understanding and retention. Then the curriculum. It encompasses a diverse range of topics, including Indigenous knowledge systems, Africanization, decoloniality, the United Nations Global Compact, and sustainability, ensuring a broad and inclusive educational framework. Then for multilingualism, we currently promote the provision of glossaries in at least 2 official languages other than English, as well as the information provided on the welcome page. Then, Notional Hours is a tool providing guidance for navigating the course and planning learning time allocation, helping students manage their study schedules effectively. And this also ensures that time spent on learning activities is aligned to the number of credits assigned to a module. And then lastly is evaluation. Now, we encourage student module evaluation surveys to gather feedback, to assess the effectiveness of the materials, and to identify areas for improvement. Thank you very much. I thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Korse. That was very clean and clear. Do we have questions, colleagues, for all these presentations from from DTSFL? Mr. Richard Wright, please assist if we have questions.
No, not directly to for the services provided now. Still a lot for Nsfas. So I hope in the next session the questions will be answered. That's in the chat. I see a lot of students repeating the same questions about the funding or not being released. So hopefully the next session, all of those can be addressed. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wright. We will then now move straight to Nsfas matters or student funding matters. And then we will call upon Mr. Isaac Mabena to lead the presentation on the student funding. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, and good afternoon to students. Chair, please confirm if you can see my screen presentation.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see your screen, Mr. McBain. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chair, before I start with the presentation, I also like to thank Prof. Mohana and her team for organizing this forum. It's actually grateful for us to see these efforts because it will help us. Because at the beginning of every year, we always have a problem. It's very painful for us to see students who are not able to retain their Nsfas funding. So we pray and hope these efforts will help in reducing those numbers of students who have challenges in terms of continuing with their Nsfas funding. And secondly, Chair, I would like also to acknowledge Mr. Tilivali Mugundeleli, a senior manager of Nsfas, is also in the call listening to our challenges at Unisa. Thank you, Chair. So as you correctly said, my name is Isaac Mabena. I'm a manager here at Student Funding, responsible for Nsfas funding. So I'm going to take you through in terms of how we manage Nsfas funding at Unisa and also what our students are entitled to compared to students at the contact universities, and also touch on some of the challenges that our students are experiencing. We are in the division student funding. It's a unit within the finance department, and our responsibility is to manage donor funding, and Nsfas is one of them. And in terms of Nsfas, all the application process is done by Nsfas, centrally by Nsfas. We only assist students in terms of creating awareness about the processes. And where students are maybe experiencing challenges, that's where we come in and advise students. And normally the application opens around September, and for 2026, the application is still yet to be communicated by Nsfas. And as I indicated, Nsfas only fund for undergraduate qualification. That is, in our case, a higher certificate, diplomas, and bachelor's degree. But again, I must emphasize only first qualification. So it cannot fund a second higher certificate. It cannot fund a second diploma. It cannot fund a second degree. During the application process or the funding process, students, when there are instances where their funding get rejected, or students that don't agree with the Nsfas funding decisions, students may appeal Nsfas decision, but unfortunately, it happens during the specified period. So Nsfas will communicate through the various platforms on the dates for appeal processes. So in this case, students should just be careful that they meet all the the requirements that Nsfas are putting on in terms of the application, depending on the reason the student is rejected for. Unfortunately, again, I need to emphasize this is that during the appeal process, student must pay the registration fee because at the time they're not funded. And most of the time, because you understand the circumstances where students are, fortunately, Unisa management has made a platform where students can apply for AOD. The registration process, Chair, I'll just go quickly. Normally, we receive after Nsfas has processed all the application form, then we'll get a funding list from Nsfas. Then based on that funding list, then we'll look at the students in our database, students that have been admitted, students who are already registered in temporary, we have temporary registrations. Then we match those students who are only still temporary registered, then we communicate to them that Nsfas funding is approved, and then we communicate the dates on which they need to activate the registration, or rather create a temporary registration in the system so that they don't mix out. Then thereafter, we activate registration. After the close of registration, then we send the registration data to Nsfas. On receipt of the registration data, Nsfas will verify if the list that Nsfas Unisa has sent contains all the students that are approved and are registered for funded qualification, and also students are still within an N+ rule. I'll explain the N+ rule later on. And thereafter, the Nsfas will then send a report to us of all the registration data in terms of successful data received and those that are rejected. Then we'll act on them and communicate to students. Yes, again, they are, as I indicate, in that report that we receive from Nsfas, then we'll get exclusions. Some students will be rejected because of N+ rule. N+ rule I've highlighted right there so that students can just emphasize on this one, because after, as it was presented by our colleagues from DSAR, you can see that our N+ rule and rather Nsfas N+ rule and Unisa's progression the rule rather, they don't match. So in terms of Nsfas, the higher certificate, it's a 2-year, because it's a 1-year qualification, then they give our students 2 years to complete. For a 3-year qualification, they give 6 years to complete. The 4-year qualification is 8 years to complete. And again, some students get rejected or excluded because after Nsfas has received the data, they realize that maybe the household income for the student has changed, in that they cannot continue funding the students. And again, it sometimes happens that the application or funding is reversed because of some administrative issues. Issues like maybe they pick up that the application for a student actually was late, the student does not fall in the funding cycle, or in some instances the students were included incorrectly in the funding list. And other reasons as well that are dominant in the exclusions are dual registration. You find that Nsfas has received registration data from more than one institution. Also, Chair, let me just also give a detail in terms of how our students are funded compared to the contact universities. Because we are a distance learning institution, our students are only funded for a tuition fee and textbook allowances, you call it the learning material allowances, and incidental allowance for only students who qualify. And they can only qualify incidental allowance if they registered for 10 modules. No food, accommodation, or travel allowances for our students, unfortunately. And again, supplementary exam fees, cancellation fees, NGP modules, historic debts are actually not covered by Nsfas. The allowances, from time to time, Nsfas will request universities to administer allowances on its behalf. And for the last 3 years, we have been administering allowances, and we pay them through our bank. and we only pay to students' bank account. We don't allow allowances to be paid to a third party. That means the student cannot give us his or her parents or spouse's bank account to be used. Should only be a student, and it's only after the bank account is successfully verified. And that's another issue that I just need to emphasize here. The students, if they want to change their banking details, they need to make sure that it is changed at least 10 days before the 24th of every month. Because from the 24th, that's when we start putting together the file for the refunds, and rather for the allowances. And also in terms of disbursements, we start around the 27th. It usually takes about 3 days to complete. And again, in terms of the bank account, we only send bank account via the MyLife account. We don't send it through an email because we need personal information from a student. And again, I just need to emphasize is that our Unisa management has agreed or approved that we can pay allowances to students even if they've got outstanding debt in their fee statement. These are the allowances that are payable to our students. Unfortunately, they are counted per module. For the first 1 to 4 modules, it's 600 per module, and from 5 modules to the maximum load the student has registered is 5,678. And again, as I mentioned, students who are registered for 10 modules will then qualify for the monthly allowance, which is an incidental allowance of 316. And again, we have students with disabilities. Their allowances are slightly different, but on a monthly, rather the calculation per module is the same, just that the maximum for students with disabilities is 6,240, and the incidental allowance also the same. And again, the students with disabilities are also assisted with assistive devices like wheelchair and software programs to a maximum of 50,000 over a cycle of 3 years. Chair, we also have, Nsfas also offers other bursaries like Funza Lushaka. I'm just giving out these just in case students maybe who are having challenges with other bursaries and see, maybe they can visit the site of these funds and see maybe they'll qualify. Funza Lushaka, TRC, DMV, and also last year Nsfas launched a loan scheme which almost has the same criteria with the DHET bursary. The only challenge, the only difference is that it also covers postgraduate, but unfortunately it's very restrictive in terms of qualification. So what it means that in a claim that the university submit, 70% should be STEM and 30% humanities. And household, in terms of qualification for this loan scheme, is between 350 and 600,000 per annum. And in terms of refunds, unfortunately, if a student is funded through a loan scheme, it cannot be refunded. All surplus funds should first be refunded to Nsfas. Chair, refunds, as I just quickly mentioned, that yes, students who are funded through Nsfas DHET are entitled to get refunds in an event that they've made initial payments for their registration. And in an event that the student has historic debt, unfortunately, funds will be deducted and only the surpluses will be paid to students. And again, refunds can only be paid to students' bank account and no third parties. This is our website, or rather our inbox email, where students can send us their queries if they have any challenges regarding Nsfas. Again, Chair, it is very important that we should mention that students have responsibilities as well if they want to make sure that they retain their funding until they complete their studies. I'll quickly go through. Nsfas funded students that are registered at multiple institutions have a responsibility to deregister and confirm with Nsfas within 10 days of the start of the academic term the institution that they choose to study at. Failure to do so result in Nsfas blocking all payments to such students until a dual registration are resolved. Students must inform Nsfas and the institution if they have other sources of funding. That means if they've got other bursaries as well, within 10 days of receipt of such funding. Students must meet individual financial obligation. Here we mean that if a student has other debt in the system that are not funded by the student, it is the student's responsibility to make sure that she or she pays those debt, like the exam cost, and also students are actually advised that they should manage their allowances better. Students must always ensure that they have their contact details updated to maintain a constant communication with Nsfas. Students must always ensure that they maintain an active Unisa MyLife account, because that's the only platform from student funding we communicate with students. Students must aim to complete their studies within the Nsfas N+ rule and maintain the academic progression rule of Nsfas. Students must use the learning material allowance for the intended purpose or use. All students in receipt of financial aid from Nsfas must abide by terms and conditions set out in the agreement they signed with Nsfas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabena, for that update. Students, I know that you are burning for this one, and therefore would allow you the opportunity to speak for yourselves and ask questions with regard to this presentation. And also, Mr. Mabena would like to have a confirmation from you if we manage to get the Nsfas official to be part of our meetings, and then if so, then they will be able to assist as well in terms of answering questions that might be related to the Nsfas head office as opposed to the Unisa DSF. So colleagues, use your teams to raise hands, and then I will point, and then I'll give you a maximum of 60 seconds to raise your question. And if your question is raised by someone else, please don't say my question has been raised. Just lower your hand so that we can just pass and save time and ensure that everyone is answered. So we'll take the hands from Mr. Wright. You'll assist with unmuting the colleagues. Khumutso Riboni Malimaja. You can go ahead and ask your question. Khumutso, you can speak.
My question is that how are we supposed? I heard one of the lectures saying that we can go to campus. On the campus there is free Wi-Fi. So I would like just to ask, where are we going to take the money to go to every day? Because if my cheapest transport is only 20 rands, if I go to campus every day, because I will require to be studying like every day, how am I going to go to campus with that 316? Because if I'm spending 20 rands a day, that means that a month I'll have to spend around 600 rands.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Khumutso. We got the question. I hope Mr. Mabena and the colleagues got the question. Let's get to Udisani. Udisani, you can go ahead and ask your question. 1 minute. Udisani, you can go ahead. Okay, let's move to K Mashita.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, like, on my side, I wanted to ask about like the what? I wanted to ask about the rejected. Like, so they say like your Nsfas has been like what has been rejected because like I was unable to see my result, and then I emailed Unisa, and then they said my Nsfas was rejected. So I wanted to ask, like, so for an example, last year I was studying at VET and like I passed all my modules. So when I passed all my modules, above like 70%. And then so I changed this year to like to Unisa, but in a different course. So that was my first year. So in a different course. So like I'm basically like finishing like the 2 modules at VET, but there was someone who offered to pay them. So like I think that they mentioned something about the dual registration, but like I did like email the Nsfas and I did email Unisa, and I also got the book allowance from Unisa. So like I said, like Nsfas should pay at Unisa. So I wanted to know, like, will that be how can this be resolved in order for the funding to do what, to continue at Unisa? Because I don't think I will be able to pay to pay my fees.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Landeliwe. You can ask a question. Landeliwe. Okay, let's go to Mahoshi Masemola.
Greetings. My question is that I have paid my minimum initial payment for the registration on the year 2022, and even today I'm still waiting for a refund, and which I was an Nsfas student funded since that day of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mpho Tiwuda. Mpho, okay. Nyeleti Mahori.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm one of the Nsfas funded student. I'm a blind student, but ever since I'm on my 4th year this year, this is my last semester, I've never ever received any support when it comes to assistive devices. And I'm struggling. Honestly, I'm struggling with regards to the presentation tabled by Mr. Numalo. It was for the first time I come across that type of information. Honestly, really, I don't know what to do. I'm struggling with my studies just because I'm relying on people whom I'm supposed to pay to read for me, to write for me, and somewhere, somehow, I'm being compromised. So can I get clarity from Nsfas as to what do I supposed to do to get the laptop that is fully equipped with a software that I can use? Just because with regard to when it comes to learning material that are accessible, I indicated that I need in large print or in JAWS, but I don't have a laptop. Obvious case, I will opt for a large print, but they will send me the learning material in normal print, and it's very challenging. It's very, very challenging. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nyeleti. Your question will be answered. Let's go to Relebohile Susan, and after Relebohile, we'll have Mr. Mabena and the colleagues to answer, and then we'll come back for the second batch of hand. Relebohile.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My question is that I've been funded by Nsfas, and then I contacted Nsfas last year regarding my fees, which were taken back. So the question is that why do they keep on funding us and giving us our book allowance, and then later onwards during the year, modules get suspended? So now I owe Unisa, and it's not the first time that thing has happened. So I want to know what's the way forward regarding that, because I would have paid for my fees that I owe Unisa a long time ago. So the problem is that I was comfortable to a point that I said, no, Nsfas has already covered everything. And then later onwards, the fees were taken back.
Okay, thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Mabena and the team.
Thanks, Chair. The first question is about traveling allowance. Unfortunately, in our total tuition cost that we have signed with Nsfas as a distance learning institution, the traveling cost is not catered for. It's only, as I indicated, the textbook allowance, we should call it the learning material allowance, and the incidental allowance, where if the student qualifies. Students ask about the dual registration. Actually, there is Nsfas has created a platform where students who are affected by dual registration, they can send in their details, or they can contact one of the universities that is they are registered with, and declare to which university they are registered, and we'll take it from there. Then we'll liaise with Nsfas in terms of correcting that. So I'll just request my colleagues just to put that link or the email address for the dual link. And in terms of refund for 2022, I'll request maybe that the student should send me the details so that you can look into the reason why the refund is still not paid. Definitely there could be a reason why a refund for 2022 is still not paid. And for the student with disabilities, the process to initiate the request for assistive devices begins with the student. A student needs to first look for, make a quotation for the assistive device that he or she wishes to acquire, and also complete the annexure. Is it annexure A and B of disability with Nsfas? Make sure that the annexure is completed, and thereafter take the documents to our disability unit, wherein they can confirm that the assistive device that the student is requesting suits the needs. It actually assists the student. Then from that point, it then is sent to us. Then we send it to Nsfas for approval. And fortunately, starting from last year, Nsfas established the disability unit. The turnaround is very quick in terms of assistive devices. Within 3 weeks, they respond. From Unisa, we are able, as soon as Nsfas has approved that assistive device can be purchased, we go ahead and release funds before even Nsfas pays us for disability for assistive devices. And in terms of the query about fees taken back, for me, I think that one also still need to send us the details so that you can look there. As I indicated, it could be many reasons, but my worry about the query that she's raising is that it's not the first time it has happened. Last year, the same thing happened. Even this year, it's happening. Because my take is that if a student is affected by exclusion, it can only happen once. It should be resolved, and it cannot recur. Otherwise, the student, maybe in some instances, those students who are affected by N+ rule, those are the students, unfortunately, whose journey for funding ends. It's so unfortunate in those instances. And the module cancel as well. And that's another query that I think we need to look into it, because a student, let me just quickly explain how we activate students. We use an account type when we receive the list from Nsfas. So in other words, all the students that we've created fund management, we'll pick them on the system, we'll activate their registration. Then once registration is closed, we settle the account. But remember, students who have outstanding debt, that outstanding debt will show. Then at a later stage, some of those students, when our sister department, student debtors, run a what you call financial cancellation batch, those students get affected. So I suspect this query could be based on a historic debt or some of the debt that the student is not aware that it is not funded by Nsfas. Also, it's a query I think it should be sent to us so that we can give the exact reasons why it's happening that way. Thanks, Chef.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabena. Colleagues, the information on how to contact the office of Mr. Mabena is on the chat. Please use it immediately and then send your queries too. Then we will take Snentandla. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So I'm a postgraduate and I applied for Nsfas loan, and then my registration was finalized earlier this year. However, I haven't received any book allowance or any monthly allowance although I did receive an email to update my banking details. And another thing, my modules were suspended as well. So like at this moment, I don't know where I stand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Simelani, yes, Simelani.
Good day, good day. I'm just asking one question that I've been asking on all Nsfas sessions, whereby my application was rejected, reason being I'm earning over 350K, for which it's not true. So I don't know who can I direct the query to, because I tend not to get any help whenever I ask that question.
Okay, thanks. Nosipo?
Hello, hi.
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Yes, my question is, last year I wasn't owing anything, and then all of a sudden there's a 9K on my account, and there's also another 16K and another 5K. So I'm very much confused as to where these monies are all coming from, and they are not even they're just described as funding, but it reflects negatively on my balance. So now I'm owing 31K, and I'm also a final year student, and I'm expecting to graduate by this year. I'm not sure whether I'm going to graduate or what's going to happen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mbali Mlangeni.
Good morning, everyone. My question is that I am funded by Nsfas, and then January I registered 10 modules. So this semester I passed 4 modules and then I failed 1. So my question is that is the funding going to continue, or they're going to defund me because I failed 1 module? And another question is that with regards to e-registration, is it allowed as per university rules? Can I repeat this module? So it means I'm gonna do six modules if Nsfas continue to fund me, and then I'm gonna pay for this one that I failed. Is it allowed?
Thank you, Mbali.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mutsamai Lucas, you will be the last one. Mr. Mabena and the team will take over, and then we'll come back for another round of hands.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm a funded Nsfas student. I was doing my last semester, the semester 1. I have an outstanding amount of 5,000. When they were issuing the allowance, I got the 2,640, but it appears twice on my statement. Then it has escalated my balance. I went to Vereeniging office. I was not assisted. I've been sending emails. I'm not being assisted. Can I be assisted kindly?
Thank you. Mr. Mabena and the team, can you kindly respond, colleagues, to the questions that were posed?
Thanks, Chair. It's just unfortunate that the nature of our queries are difficult to respond to them in a platform like this, because they require that you go into the student file. But let me just address some of the questions that way I'll be able to give a generic response. In terms of the Nsfas loan, as I indicated, the Nsfas loan was introduced last year in 2024. But unfortunately, we have not received payments yet for 2024 because of some issues between institutions and Nsfas, and also with the students as well. Between institutions and Nsfas, it was an issue of agreements that needed to be signed between the 2 institutions, and also the exchange of information or data. So there was that type of challenges. But this year, Nsfas has started with the 2024, wherein they have looked at our files that we have submitted. They are starting with the payments, but unfortunately, we have some other documents for students that need to be signed. So if our colleagues are coming back to you with queries of 2024 in terms of the documents, as far as the agreements and everything that needs to be signed, maybe the incorrect amounts stated there. Please, if you can maybe attend to them as soon as possible so that they can be resubmitted to Nsfas. And the process for 2025 loan has not started. And in terms of the allowances for the Nsfas loan, since there was no agreement signed, we could not pay allowances, even if Nsfas has given us an approval to say the student its documents are fine and everything. But now that the agreement is sealed, everything is fine. I think if the student has submitted all documents and are okayed by Nsfas, we will then continue with the disbursements of allowances. But what we did last year was only to just clear the study fee account. And the reason, again, also in the same category, Nsfas, the head bursary and the loan, that we sometimes reverse the award is to get the student attention, because it is very difficult if we maintain the account as is. Student is not showing any debit balances, and then we try to contact or send emails to them, they don't react. But if we debit the student, it is easy to us to get that attention, so that if there is an issue, we can resolve quickly with the students. So this is what has happened with some of the students with the loan bursaries, where we want them to correct their agreements. Then the students about the 350 threshold. For me, this is one of the easiest way of appeal, because if a student doesn't agree with Nsfas that the funding decision is correct, that is earning less than 350, the Nsfas is student must just submit IT 34. Then based on that, Nsfas is able to see the exact income, the household exact income of a student, then they can make a final decision on that. So in that, what we can do, maybe a student can just send us the information or his details, then we can check exactly if that student did appeal and what was Nsfas outcome in terms of that after the student submitted the SARS IT 34. And about the debt that is reflecting, and the student says that debt has a negative sign. I'm not too sure what that is. Again, those are the ones that we like to see the statement, and you can explain. The student who has registered for 10 modules during the first semester, and during the first semester he has failed one module, he wants to repeat that module. Yes, you can re-register the student during the second semester. But again, I just need to emphasize one point here. In terms of second semester registration, we have not started. We are still waiting for Nsfas to give us a go-ahead in terms of the funding for 2025 second semester, because it speaks to the budget that is available, up to what amount can we commit in Nsfas with the second semester registration. So in short, yes, we still qualify. The funding is valid for the academic year 2025. You can still re-register that module. Also, the issue about the outstanding debt of a 2.5 repeated twice, duplicated in a fee statement. That's some of the issues that the student need to listen to us so that we can look at it and will respond to explaining those transactions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Mabena. I think there was another question about 6 modules. The registration team can assist.
Yeah, if my colleagues can assist me, because I've missed that question.
Good afternoon. I'll respond. This is Vinesh Balmukan. The way I understood the question was that the student was asking if she could take 6 modules. The rules for the number of modules per year is 120 credits or 10 modules, but a maximum of 5 per semester. So only students in their final year can be considered for 6 modules in their final semester. If not, it is 5 modules per semester. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinesh. Let's then go back to our questions again. We'll have Tepo. You have 1 minute. Let's go to Gabi. You have 1 minute, Gabi. Let's move to Ingam Lenzana. 1 minute, sir. Are they able to speak, colleagues? Yes, 1 minute. Ne?
Okay. On the first semester, I registered E7 modules. Then on the second semester, I have to add E3 modules on top of that 7 modules. My question is that Nsfas will fund those 3 modules and is add layer on top of those 7 modules.
Thank you so much. Tebogo Chan.
Good day. So at the beginning of the year, I registered for 10 modules, and then I applied for the new qualification. So I'm having troubles registering for the new qualification. So my question is, what's the cancellation procedure at Unisa? And should I be able to cancel, will that affect my Nsfas status? And if so, if I decide to pay for this semester, will it continue to fund me the following year?
Thank you. Thembile Timahlangu. Let's move. Lichalaba. Vin Klebi. I think Odisani has come before. Let's take Nelisim Nikati. Can you speak louder? You have 1 minute.
I'd like to ask, I'm a Nsfas funded student, so I'd like to ask if I'm doing 5 modules this year. So am I allowed to get monthly allowance, or I get my allowance, my monthly allowance first semester and second semester only? Thank you.
How many did you register in first semester?
5 modules.
And then now you registered how many?
No, I'm still doing 5 modules.
Of first semester, or you added another
Yes.
five modules for this semester?
No, I haven't added any modules.
Okay. Mutsewa Anna. Tivalo. Rekhaogetswe. Oshia, Sbongile Kumalo.
I think it's 3.
Can you speak louder? Felicia. Colleagues, students, are you still there? Are you able to speak? Sipati.
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
I would like to ask if it's possible for Nsfas to amend laws with regard to traveling costs so that can advocate us. I would like for Nsfas to advocate for us to get transport fees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rose, can I speak?
Hello.
Who's speaking?
Rose.
Lishalaba.
Go ahead, 1 minute.
I'm a student doing higher certificate in physical science. So I'm doing 10 modules. I want to know, my fees were cleared April, so I have an outstanding amount. So is this amount going to affect my ability to write October and November exams?
Okay. David Mubabe.
Can I speak there? I experienced technical. It's Lishalaba, sir. When it was my turn, I couldn't access my microphone.
It's fine. 1 minute.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm currently unemployed, and the money that Nsfas gives Unisa students is little. So I was wondering if is it possible for Nsfas and the university to maybe perhaps contact SASA so that we can be able to get our 370, because now we can't get our 370s, and the money that we receive from Nsfas via the university is less. So
Okay.
I don't know if that will be
Shongwe.
possible.
All right. Rolani Shongwe. Okay. Mr. Mabena, you can go ahead and respond to the questions that were posed.
Ivy.
Thanks, Chair. The two questions, the last one about the allowances that has affected the SASA grants, I'll ask Mr. Tilivali to respond. He has agreed to respond, and also about the amendments of the funding conditions for Unisa students in terms of maybe working in their transport allowance. Mr. Tilivali, maybe after I've just made my submission, you can maybe come in. There was a first question about the student who's registered 7 modules and added 3 modules, who will be adding 3 modules during the second semester. As I indicated earlier on, a student can add modules, and as long on condition that the 3 modules are for the same qualification. Because if the student cannot change qualification mid-year, if he does that, the course for the second qualification or the courses that are aligned or modules aligned to the second qualification during the second semester will not be paid for in our claim from Nsfas. So these students who is now registered for 7 modules and adding 10 modules, if qualification is still the same, so as I indicated, the student will then qualify for the incidental allowance. Then also it's the same question as the student who's registered for 5 modules, wanting to know if he can add. Yes, the student can add modules as long as it doesn't change the qualification that will be registered during the second semester. And unfortunately, this student, because he's registered for 5 modules, also the same as the first one, you got a full textbook allowance, 5,678. So if you add modules, even that one will add 3 modules to make it 10, they will not get the textbook allowances. It's only the incidental allowance that will be that they will qualify for. A higher certificate student who's registered for 10 modules and now has an outstanding debt, and she's asking if the outstanding debt will affect her to write her exam. As far as I know, our colleagues around September, colleagues from debtors will run a batch for financial cancellation. It's also a way of trying to make students aware that they owe the university and that maybe they have not met the deadlines to pay their fees. Even if students are financially cancelled, students can still write their exam. But what I'm worried about this query is that the student says her fees for 10 modules were settled, but she has an outstanding debt. So I think even this one is a case that a student needs to send it to us so that you can see exactly if the outstanding debt is, what's the reason for the outstanding debt, or most probably is the outstanding debt because of exam fees and the like, supplementary costs and the like. Thanks. Mr. Gondelin, if you can come through. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Mkonole is calling me on the side, Chair. Maybe I'll speak to you later. I'll just need to take a call. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Mr. Mabena. Colleagues, don't speak before we point out to you. You can go ahead, Spongile, and push your Spongile. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes,
I
1
have
minute.
been, yes.
Go ahead.
I have been funded by Nsfas in 2020, 2021, 2022. And when I reapplied, I was rejected and I didn't know what was the reason. When I checked my status, it said I was doing medicine, undergraduate medicine, whereas I was doing B.Ed. I called them time and again and wanted to know why was I not funded. Unfortunately, I could not continue. I had already passed 30 modules. By that, my qualification was cancelled. I had to reapply again in 2023, and I was rejected again. Fortunately, the course that I was doing phased out. So I don't know what must I do. Whose fault was it? Was it Nsfas or the university?
Okay, thank you so much. Sipati Jacqueline Mutlou. 1 minute.
Afternoon, colleagues. Hope everyone is well. So I registered for 10 modules at the beginning of the year. However, I now added the 11th module, hoping to cancel one that is not a prerequisite for the second year modules. So I wanted to know if Nsfas will be able to pay for this module that I added or not.
Okay, thank you. S. Majila. Okay. Tembisile Shabalala.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, at the beginning of every year, do we have to reapply for? Sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My question is, do we have to reapply for Nsfas at the beginning of every year? Because this year there was a lot of confusion around whether or not we should reapply ourselves, or will Nsfas apply on our behalf so that we can continue to get funding? So could we please get some clarity on that?
Okay. Tembisile Shabalala.
Good afternoon, everyone. I got funded for a second semester in January. For a second qualification in January this year. So this is my first year doing a diploma. So they withdrawn funding for me. They say it's because I'm doing a second qualification. They stop funding for second qualification. So I went and advised, what can I do next?
Okay, thank you.
Continue study for.
Okay. Chidibadi Mukondeleli.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Chair, let me maybe start. I'm actually from Nsfas. I had to raise my hand because earlier on I was struggling to speak. My mic was grayed out. So I see the colleagues managed to change that. Hence, I had to raise my hand. Let me start by maybe appreciating the initiative and the idea behind the this session, because this is important also for Nsfas. We get to learn a lot from engagements of this nature, because we continue to listen and be able to change whatever that needs to be changed where it is possible. Even though it's not always, but there are things that we get to listen, we learn from this kind of engagements, Chairperson. Maybe just to touch on some of the issues that the students raised, the request for the transport allowance, I have noted that, but then, Chair, The question that maybe I must pose to you, Chair, and the Unisa executive is that the transport allowance is only meant for the contact university. And I listened to one of the students who indicated that he's expected to travel, where he said he might have to spend around 600 a month. Why is that? Does this mean now there are students who are expected to travel on a daily basis to go and attend classes from Unisa? If that is the case, Chair, maybe there is a further discussion around that needs to take place so that we can look at it and then we take it from there. It is a policy matter that we need to understand that. Same applies to a request for Nsfas to consider changing the funding conditions. It's also a policy matter. And I want to advise that maybe through Mr. Mabena's office, through the Financial Aid Office, we have already started with the policy consultations. And then when it comes to the Unisa, I want to recommend that even Unisa can put it in writing, stating some of the reasons why they see a need for Nsfas to consider changing the policy. More especially, I'm also thinking about this transport allowance. Obviously, it has to be explained as to why is it necessary. Then we can take it from there. And then there was a question of a student who is doing higher certificate. Higher certificate qualification, one thing we've learned is that the students who would complete higher certificates, some of them do not reapply. If one needs to continue to further their studies, meaning to move from higher certificate to then mainstream qualification, they must reapply. Otherwise, we will not consider funding them because as far as we know, we would find that they have graduated. And once they are graduated, we stop the funding. However, where there is a new application for one to be considered, we advise them to reapply for funding. We call it pathways. So with those pathways, we are able to allow students to continue with funding, but it's only from higher certificate to either a diploma or a degree. So anything from a degree to honors, unfortunately, we do not fund that. Yes, we do have a loan scheme funding that also cover honors qualification, but there are separate requirements or criteria for one to be considered for such funding. There is a student who mentioned an issue around medicine. Please, maybe through Mr. Mabena's office, I want to suggest for that student to submit her details so that it gets to us. I will personally look at it to see what happened, what really transpired with this particular student. Regarding the second semester modules, we are still not clear as to what's going to happen with the second semester module. Additional modules. We are engaging further in a way of trying to find a way to assist where it's possible. I cannot promise anything at the moment, but we are engaging the relevant stakeholders regarding the second semester modules. Regarding reapplication, Chair, I think there was just an error beginning of the year or misinformation where some of the students were saying they were supposed to reapply. That was not correct. It was an Nsfas system. We were migrating students from the 2024 to the 2025 academic year. If a student is registered for a mainstream qualification, that student doesn't have to reapply annually. What we do internally, we move funding. So I'm saying that only looking at the 2025 funding policy. However, if it happens that that clause or that process changes, we will communicate. But at the moment, students are not expected to reapply. We will move their funding, even though the students who would be completing their higher certificates are expected to reapply. So those are two different things. Those who are doing already mainstream qualification, they will be funded as long as they keep on passing, so that Nsfas can continue funding them. And then the issue of the second qualification, unfortunately, Nsfas doesn't fund the second qualification, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chidibari. We appreciate the information. Perhaps before Mr. Mabena comes in and answer the other questions that were posed regarding the Unisa ones, I would request Mr. Wright probably to give us the questions that were not asked or that were asked on the chats and the YouTube. So that Mr. Chidibari from Nsfas and also Mr. Mabena can be able to answer as we are about to close, colleagues. Mr. Wright, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, we've got a lot where it's inconsistent funding. Where the last payment they received was on March, but then suddenly they have not received anything since that. And then also what will happen to those that's been defunded, but yes, yet they have fees that they must pay. What the course of actions are there for them to settle the outstanding amounts with the university? Let me just see if there's anything else. Yeah, I think that is the most crucial ones, is to do with inconsistent funding, also getting, let's say, deregistered, and then perhaps re-registered by Unisa as well. So that causes some problems where, it's automatically getting financial disqualified, but then on late payments, then they reinstate it again. So they don't always know what is their current situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. Over to you, Mr. Mabena, and then followed by Mr. Chidibari.
Thanks, Chair. I think from the previous questions, Mr. Hilvali has responded to all the questions that I've noted. I'll just respond to the latest questions. Chair, about the consistent funding, last allowances received in March. Most probably this student is one student who's affected by the exclusions. And it's very important that the student need to check if he has received any communique from us in terms of the reason for the exclusion, or you should just contact us, because some of the exclusion, as I tried to mention earlier on, are issues that we want to get an attention from the students, issues that can be resolved. And unfortunately, there are others that are almost like permanent, like the N+ rule. But if it's an N+ rule, maybe it is has the kid that is completed last year, but captured incorrectly, as Mr. Tilbury has mentioned earlier on, those are the cases that can still be corrected. Then the student is asking, then what's going to happen if he's defunded or excluded? As I indicate, student need to, it depends on the reason why a student is excluded. Some reason can still be corrected, and some unfortunately cannot be corrected, and the student will then be unfortunately advised to seek alternative form of funding, because henceforth the student is responsible for the tuition. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabena. We really appreciate the responses and the information. Mr. Chidibari, do you want to add something or say something before we move on?
No, I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. It has been an informative day, and we are closer to the end of the session. And I believe that everyone else is happy with the responses that they got, and also with the services that were brought closer to them, and the information that colleagues had for the first time. I think colleagues will take, students will take advantage of this particular information. But from our side, what we can encourage students to do is to actively engage with their material and their studies, so that they are not left out. You engage with the modules, you engage with the module leaders, also the tutors in your My Unisa, so that you are always up to date and read tutorial letter 101. Look into the issue about academic dishonesty or academic integrity, and make sure that you stay funded and you stay in line with your studies and up until completion. We can only wish you all the best, and we will continue to offer you the support. I will give now the opportunity to Prof. Sepulta, the registrar.
No questions.
Come again?
I haven't asked a question. I've been raising hands.
Oh, you can go ahead. Just 1 minute.
Okay, I just wanted to know how best do you assist the students who are doing education when they are doing the practicals? Because it's very challenging when one have to be very presentable at work, and you also have to go have a transport. It needs money, and one cannot even qualify or benefit from any government learnership because of they say we are Nsfas beneficiary. How one will survive because of it is very rudimentary.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Let me just take Mr. Nsfas Mahlomula from the National SRC.
Thank you, Tate Tracy. I want to appreciate the presentation by the Nsfas representative in terms of the police. And you are happy that there's something they are trying to do to open a discussion where we discuss the founding model of Unisa student in terms of Nsfas, in terms of allowances and so forth. And also we request that the student funding officer include us in those discussions also in terms of the policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahlomula. Let's take the last hand, which will be Sbindlana Busiswa.
Good day, colleagues. I have a student here with me who would like to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Good evening. Good day. So the 2023 December, I was rejected by the bursary, and it was my second year because I have failed. Then early 2024, I applied again, but my application didn't go to the. It just said registration received, and then an appeal window was opened. I tried to appeal, but I was short of propensity letter throughout the year. I didn't get the propensity letter. Early this year, 2025, the DSF offices were here at the campus. Then I went there and asked for a propensity letter. I got it. Then because the appeal window was already closed, I couldn't appeal through the window name, but they said that I should send my emails directly to their emails. So I did, but ever since that day, even today, I haven't been replied or I haven't been funded. Nothing came. It's just quiet. I don't know what's going on.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe before I give you Mr. Mabena and also the colleagues from Seju, I think Mr. Shabangu is probably here. Let me give Offense Reed from the SRC to raise 1 minute. Offense. Offense Reed. Go ahead, Mr. Mabena, and then as Mr. Shabangu or anyone from Seju is coming through.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the question about the students who are attending teachers' practicals, I think the same question as the one that was raised earlier on about the travel or transport allowances to commute between home and the campuses. What Mr. Tilibali indicated earlier on is that maybe based on the discussion regarding the policy, we'll make those suggestions or input maybe Nsfas and DHET then will reconsider. It's not only those teachers' practicals, also we have students who are attending practicals at our Sense campus for accommodation and others and food as well. We have a challenge in that side as well. So those are the things that will go into our submissions. And about the students whose 2022 applications has been rejected, I think for quite a few years before that, I would say also it's a case that we need to look into the student profile on the Nsfas system and check what was the reason. Then we can explain to the student why it was a challenge with their application. Maybe I will suggest that the student or request the student send that information to me. Then we can take it up with Nsfas. Chair, I'm worried about the advice that was given to a student that then appeal documents or appeal supporting documents should be sent to the university, because that's not how we agreed with Nsfas in terms of channeling appeal. Appeal process should be, students should be appealing direct in the manner that Nsfas has designed, because if we taking applications or documents on the side, we're actually creating a problem for us and also for Nsfas. So I am very much concerned about this one. It should not have been, a student shouldn't have been advised to send an appeal documents to us. Students should have been assisted to make sure that the documents are successfully uploaded through the Nsfas portal. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabena. Mr. Stephen Shabangu.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. As much as Mr. Mabena has already responded, because the question was talking about an allowance covering those costs. But as a College of Education, we must also come in to indicate that this one has become a serious challenge, and we are inundated with such inquiries from our students. And it's not only for teaching practice. Even our students who are doing your CAIS, CSET related school subjects, they need to be traveling from far provinces and to take care of accommodation and transport, which is very costly for a person who must travel from Western Cape, Eastern Cape. So if that one, Mr. Mabena, can be looked into honestly, because the College of Education has been receiving a lot of queries. And unfortunately, it's something that must be taken into account when some of the decisions are taken under Nsfas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shabangu. We really appreciate. We'll then give to the acting registrar of the University of South Africa to give the closing remarks. Prof. Sipota, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chauke, and good afternoon to all the colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event. This was long overdue. We really appreciate the work that you did in putting together this important event where we engage with our primary stakeholders, the students. And I sincerely thank all students who participated in this program. Your voice is very much important, and we can identify with the challenges, as at least let me say from our offices where we receive many queries. We seriously identify with the challenges that you are raising, and I can assure you that many of them are being discussed. And Student Funding Office, Dr. Mabena and the team will agree with me that some of these challenges are on the agenda for a mini workshop that is going to be held next week, I think, next week Tuesday, arranged by Nsfas, I mean Student Funding Office, where a number of stakeholders will be involved to look at some of these issues. And as Ntate Tiliwali indicated about the policy that Nsfas is now trying to look into, one of the reasons why this meeting will be held next week, this workshop, is to prepare for some answers and other inputs into Nsfas. And Ntate Tiliwali talked about the issue of traveling amongst others. That Mabena, you will agree with me that those are some of the issues that should be raised next week in that meeting, so that we try to attend to some of these burning issues. We know that time and again we receive queries around allowances, around refunds, around defunded students, and so on. I think they'll all be looked into when we meet next week to make inputs. And it's not only the university colleagues that is looking into these issues. The registrars forum throughout the country, they are meeting. I think they had 3 meetings this week already to look into some of these challenges that are facing our students and our universities. Going back, thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank our students. We really appreciate your attendance here. We appreciate your inputs. Your active participation will never ever go unnoticed, and the comments and the questions that you are raising will definitely assist us when we meet next week and when we are going to meet with Nsfas. I think that Mabena, your office requested a special meeting with Nsfas, between Nsfas and Unisa only, to look into challenges that are facing Unisa students. So I think this is going to assist us a great deal. Let me also thank our colleague, the Deputy Registrar, Liana Grisel, who just joined us recently. She's actually at the moment driving all these queries that will be looked at next week when we meet on Nsfas related matters. And I also like to thank Professor Sekwi for opening and welcoming us to this session. You are indeed correct, Prof. I think if this type of engagements will assist us in giving our students the improved and better services and better experience. And I agree with Prof. Magano as well when she says we do not register students to fail them. We register students so that we can assist them, so that we can provide both access and success. And Prof. Magano, I agree with you that there is this saying that nothing for us without us. So what this is indeed one of those activities that are saying indeed your voice as students is very much important, and we cannot do anything without you. And again, as she says, indeed it takes a village to raise a child. We also went through the same issues, but we were supported, and it is now only our turn and only fair that we also support you, so that at the end of the day you obtain your qualifications. We know that there is a significant, there's been a significant stress on the strong connection between funding and academic success. And we agree that indeed funding enables access to higher education, funding enables success in higher education, and funding enables students to move from one place to another, as they are saying, like the issue of going to practice teachings and so on. We believe that indeed with funding, our students will be able to get their qualifications, but not only that, so that they can come and contribute towards the economy of the country, towards the development of our own people. So we agree that together we should, or we are going to achieve more. And let me take this opportunity to thank all presenters, both from the colleges and from support divisions. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate your presentations, and we thank you that you opened doors for our students, so that they can come whenever there are issues, whether they can come physically or whether they can call. And I liked some of our presenters. I think Professor Lebelo, you are one of those who spoke about feedback. I think this is, colleagues, something that our students are always complaining about, that they're not getting enough feedback from us for the assignments and so on. But I'm so grateful that our academics are saying now they are looking into that and they are improving that. And we also understand your concerns from the academic side, especially on the issue of late registration. I can assure you, the late registration of Nsfas students, I can assure you that Ntate will agree with me in their policy. That is one of the things that Nsfas is also looking into, but they also appealed to us as universities to assist them to ensure that we provide all the necessary documents and information on time. I think that if I remember very well, you said you need results by 15th of December each year so that you can run with your programs well. We are also looking into that to see how we can improve on doing that. So yes, the issue of late registration, sooner or later, if we work together, it will be something of the past. And let me also take this opportunity to thank all participants, the deans, directors, the NSRC and the SRC and the students, and again the Nsfas team. Dr. Tilivali, you and your team, we thank you for participating in this important event so that you can listen to what our students are saying, get it first hand from them, so that when you go back, you can say this is what the students are saying. Colleagues, I'll be failing if I cannot thank our program directors. You did an excellent job. Dr. Shetty and Ate Malachi and Ate Chauke. We appreciate the manner in which you facilitated this session, and we are saying, Lekamuso, please do like this. I can only encourage both our students and our colleagues that we take advantage of the discussions today. We take advantage of the services that are available for us as a university so that we can work together in ensuring that we improve our services and our students are going through the system as they are supposed to. They are not supposed to be here forever, even though we know that learning and studying through online open distance learning is not an easy thing, but they can be able to go through it within the minimum required time. And let's please take an opportunity, even of events, platforms like this, where we can come together and talk openly and discuss our issues so that we can improve on what we are doing. On that note, colleagues, allow me to thank you and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Let's adjourn the event. Thank you, colleagues, and goodbye.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof. The meeting is
Thank
officially adjourned. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.